Hey, welcome to the show. I'm your intrepid, fearless, and now somewhat toothless host, David Wilcock. And just for those who are, in the betting pool, it ended up being the white shirt today. So if you guessed on that, then you are the winner. And your prize is a nothing burger. You get nothing except the satisfaction of dominating your peers and having that sense that you were right and others were wrong, and then that's creating some type of ego satisfaction for you. Because apparently you're into that kind of stuff, like power over others and being right and, having intellectual superiority of some kind. So yes, if you guessed the white shirt, you are the winner. I don't know if I really like it now that I'm looking at it, but what the hell, we committed to it. It's a white shirt day. It's a little bit bland, it's a little bit boring, but what the hell. We're here, you're here. This is David Wilcock, and we've got a hell of a show for you guys today, if I can find the right buttons. Tarotina has already sent me flying lollipops and 5,000 Argentinian pesos, which is, $5. So thank you very much, Tarotina. I see we've already had some other donations coming in here. Let's see. Yeah, we had Brian Smith. Said he's seen saturation in the skies this week. So, anyway, I'm really excited, you guys. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. We're very close now to really big epic things happening. And I just realized I didn't fix my camera too. So let me go ahead and do that right now. This guy's in the way. You see that? Just little tweaks make things so much better. Okay, perfect. All right, so we're back in action after, did you miss me a whole week? Can you stand it? Can you stand not having a David show for an entire week? Well, I guess you have to, because in this case you had no choice. So I'm your host, David Wilcock, once again, and I have been commenting on this incredible karmic burn that we are all navigating right now. I've had my own challenges to bear, and if you've been a regular watching this show, then you know that we have a lot going on in the world right now. This is a very exciting, intense, and definitely scary time. It's not a normal time at all. We're at the very end of something huge, and unfortunately, a lot of people still don't know what the hell is going on, and they're very afraid right now. They're worried about nuclear war. Well, you shouldn't be. This is all part of a very interesting setup to create a global awakening and to expose the real danger that we're all facing in the world. So don't get hung up on that. And if you are worried and if you are living in fear, then hopefully I can give you some palliative care in that sense, that there's actually a future for us. You can let that fear die off because it's not going to serve you. It's in fact an ignorant viewpoint once you really do understand what's going on and the real nature of the game. So I'm not going to lie to you. The buildup that we had in November, up to November, whatever happened in November, you know what I'm talking about. Got to be careful what I say. It was super intense. And if you don't really understand what's going on, this is actually a proxy battle between the Alliance and the DS. So what do I mean by that? This is the central theme of the show. So if you haven't seen the show before, then what I was saying is that November was not a contest between a man and a woman running for office. It was something much, much bigger than that. It was actually a proxy war between two huge factions, both of which are almost entirely secret. And I was expecting that we were going to have a prolonged vote counting type of situation, that there wasn't going to be any immediate relief. Maybe I'll tighten that up. That might make it look a little bit better. I'm not really in love with the shirt. There we go. That's fine. So we had, that's okay though. You know what? It's white. We gotta change it up so that you guys don't get bored. I don't want you to start to wander outside of our relationship for pleasure. I hope you can be monogamous in this You can watch whatever you want. I don't care. But just come here on Sunday. You know, this is a good place to be. We're going to take care of you. We'll give you a hot meal and a place to sleep. We'll get you off the streets, get you cleaned up a little bit, maybe get you some clothes from the Salvation Army. I could certainly do better than this shirt myself, but what the hell, I committed to it. It actually does kind of look better this way. So, you know what? Maybe I don't completely hate the shirt after all. And it does actually show that I have a tan. My skin, I'm just as white as the fallen snow. You know, I'm a white man, which means I'm generic. I don't have any rights. I'm kind of just there for the taking. Whoever wants to take from you. That was one of the mentalities that we had. And once you understand that we were dealing with this proxy battle between two factions, it starts to make a lot more sense. So at least now I've got the shirt looking somewhat presentable, somewhat to the point where I can handle it. Let's read a couple of your comments, because what the hell, I'm in a good mood. Thomas Bays says, nice there, garçon. Hi, David and Archangel Michael, says Gail Collins. I knew it, white. It looks good, not bland, says Jenny Jean Razzle. Well, thank you, I'm flattered. You just had your teeth fixed? No, I didn't have my teeth fixed. That's the problem. There's actually a loose one in my mouth right now. But anyway, we had some crazy donations coming in. Roger Zubarik is hitting us off big time here. So let's go back a little bit so you can see all these that have come in just in a very short time. We had Michael Larson. Thank you, David, for what you do. Here's some turkey food. We had Judy Booth. Faith over fear. Thank you, David. God bless. And scrolling down now, we have Malak79. Did anything happen in Miami this past week? No fly zone. That's your first super chat. Thank you very much. I don't know. I don't have anything on Miami, but I got a great show. Roger Zubarik, $20. You're the best show on earth. Don't worry about the shirt. Thank you, Roger. Senior Sunt from New Zealand. I don't care about the shirt. I do care about no one knowing how the pyramids were built. I take a lot of satisfaction from ridiculing people with that in mind. You need Jesus, they say. How did the pyramids get built? Poof, they vanish. Well, actually, the pyramids were built by Ra, who was the harbinger of Christ, and we'll talk about that maybe a little bit more. I like the shirt. White for purity. So, okay, you guys aren't unhappy. It's probably just me. So let's see here. Hold on a second. Master Kenobi, what's your take on his picks for the government, for exposure, the cabinet? May the force be with you. We are definitely getting into that big time. We got Trent Malik, thanks for everything you do. And we got Ed Creeder, love you, Tranma. Well, you know, because it was requested with money. Tranma loves you too, baby. In fact, as you know, Tranma can embroider her own name. She's got a nice embroidery here for you. Look at all the trouble I went to do this. Look at all the sacrifices that I make for this. The sacrifices that I have had to make for this family in order to be able to do embroidery or crochet and needlepoint, whatever the hell this is. This is crazy. And in addition to that, I've also got this one, which is just sort of like the great I am. I am Tranma. I am a Grans woman. I identify as a Grans woman. And I got a goddamn tooth broken out of my jaw, so that makes it even more crazy today. Thank you for being here. Love and kisses. Oh, my God, I'm burning myself. Love and kisses, baby. We love you. Okay. Getting serious once again. You know, you can't stay in character for too long. Some millennials get very nervous. They say, what's going on? What happened to the show? Where's David? Don't worry, it's just comedy. I'm not actually identifying as a Grans woman. Maybe I am, you know, but it works for me. So, like, that's the character that I've embodied at times. Thank you for being you, says Nuna Bees. MT Herrick says the best party Sunday is knitting with David. I didn't actually knit this. Fans give me all kinds of funny stuff. But I do have a fetish whip, you know, so if there ever needed to be any type of immediate erotic spanking that has to be doled out to this audience because you guys have been so bad, man, I'm ready. So this is always at the ready. We got lots of great tools here to enhance your viewing enjoyment, to double your pleasure, double your fun. but we don't even need any gum. If you're old enough to remember what that means, then congratulations. You can hang out with Trama. Oh, that's that Doublemint, Wrigley's spearmint gum thing, right? Doublemint, I remember all that. Anyway, Jenny Jean Razzle says, you look great in white. I've been seeing so much activity in the sky. I can't wait for our cosmic cousins to show themselves. Thank you. Make your stickers for your auto company. Says Michelle Mies. We can do that. So, we're juicy. Don't offer to spank people. They might want it. LOL, says Fuzzy Tiger Cat. That's true. Anything you promise, you actually have to deliver if you want to have integrity. When will you talk about crypto, says Chris Anderson. Is it part of the Alliance's agenda? Yes, I think so. I don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but Bitcoin seems to have been doing really well. And I think the markets are happy about the way that this whole thing has gone down with the results that we saw in November. So Skywatcher Carlos says, I need your money. Well, you're not going to get very much, brother. I mean, maybe once the company gets financed, I'll be well off. But I've had 3 solid years of almost complete bankruptcy. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Thankfully, most of this year, we had a board member who was helping Stavati along. I've only helped a couple times. But we are right now in the brink of having things happen. We have a verbal promise for the first 110 that's going to come in for our 2 projects, which is the SM, what is it? It's the SM150, and then there's one other. I can't even remember right now. I mean, it's been confusing. Veronica Lucia donated. Thank you very much. Your 3rd super chat. Maine in the house says, Heyoka Mike. Bitcoin is going to be a black hole. It's gone, says Pix Marker Mark. Well, that's a kind of or Phoenix Marker. It's kind of a depressing idea, but I don't know if that's true. Eva, hey David, I noticed at the end of your prayer meditation you don't say amen. How come? Well, I try to keep this as secular as possible. I don't want to try to earmark to a particular religion. So most of these New Agers like, and so it is, I do that one a lot. Sometimes I say amen. I just, there's certain people who are triggered about Christianity, and I try to be honoring them, because if I just went hardcore Jesus, then that's going to exclude people who are not ready to understand what the Christ really is. But I talk about this almost every week. The Christ consciousness is the consciousness of the galaxy and of our universe. It is actually an intelligent cosmos. Consciousness Evolving donated, got 9 likes. Grant Armstrong said, I watched every Gaia episode. Wisdom Teachings was fire. Thank you very much. So yeah, we've already got 3,411 people, and we're only 13 minutes in. That's really freaking incredible. So thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for appreciating the white shirt. It's just my unique form of expression today. I said, what the heck? I'm going to take my chances. I'm going to go with a bold statement. So again, thank you guys for the donations. We have a gigantic show today. I love reading your comments, don't get me wrong, but I also don't want to be here for 5 freaking hours, which I end up having to do anyway. So what we've been going through here is a very intense proxy battle between the Alliance and the DS. And if you don't understand that, you will soon enough. But what is the Alliance? The Alliance is the U.S. military, most of the intelligence community, and a surprisingly large international coalition who are all interested in world peace, and the real source of why we don't have that world peace, as it turns out, is this thing we're calling the DS. And so what is the DS? It is a secret Babylonian Roman cult that actually practices the summoning of entities in a very diabolical way. This is unfortunately something that a lot of people don't want to hear about. I was trying to explain it to my dad again. Every time I do, he gets really, really depressed. He doesn't want his own mommy and daddy in the political sense. Sorry, Dad, but I'm just going to be honest. A lot of people are not ready to find out that mommy and daddy are evil. And if they find out, they get really scared. And the idea of the DS being brought to justice is really scary to somebody like my dad. The idea of trials, the idea of the exposure of this dark agenda, But you know what? You can't make it go away just by ignoring it. You can't ignore it away. They're still going to be this way. They're still going to be doing this. There's some funny law in the universe, at least in our galaxy, where if you play around, get a bunch of people in robes and masks and candles, and they start chanting in a circle, you draw this stuff on the ground, you know what I'm talking about, and you engage in certain practices, and maybe it also involves, it seems to always involve, the ingestion of hallucinogens, then events would take place in the room that might appear telekinetic to somebody looking at the outside. There would be invisible forces at work. But if you're having the hallucination, then you see this creature, and this would actually be the equivalent of a demon, a demonic entity. So yeah, we got to deal with the Allison Carr. Thank you very much. Thanks for the donation. We got to deal with the fact that that is actually real, that it works. For whatever reason in this galaxy, you can have ordinary people dress up and do this stuff, and it works. And even worse is the fact that the entity that shows up then will actually talk to you through a member of the group who is a channel. And these entities have a surprisingly large amount of influence over people telepathically. These entities actually can control, to some degree or another, the way that humans actually function and work. So one of the things I haven't really gotten into before too much is the idea of demonic possession. And it's far more common than you realize. If you start going down, this is what it says in my spiritual backbone teaching, the Law of One. If you start going down a dark road, if you start having thoughts of anger, thoughts of jealousy, thoughts of depression, thoughts of fear, thoughts of extreme sadness, if you start having negative emotions where you want power over others, you want to manipulate people, you want to lie to people, lying is a big one, controlling people, then guess what? The universal law stipulates that, this is my left shoulder, right? It's your right, my left. That this demonic entity on your left shoulder, figuratively speaking, can begin sending thoughts into your mind. Now, depending upon how far along somebody is on the psychopath spectrum, if they go into a tantrum and they start yelling and they start acting violent, they may be almost in full possession from that demon, from some type of negative entity that is always watching us moment by moment and always waiting for us to start going down a negative road. And so again, no one is exempt from this. You cannot get saved and be free from this. There is no way to exorcise those demons except, in the Law of One system, except through faithful, diligent practice of positive spirituality. That's the only thing that's going to help you. You can't make it go away. My lips are really freaking dry, you guys. We're in full-blown winter out here now, so it's intense. And we're going to have a moose video for you guys coming up. But anyway, now they feel really greasy. Okay, it's got to be halfway. Wipe it on your sock. Nobody's going to care or notice. All right, that's a lot better. So, look, I'm not trying to scare anybody here. We got another donation that came in, Golden Threads. I'm seeing craft in the sky at night now while practicing Contact 5 protocols. Are you seeing increased sightings where you are? And it goes without saying, you're doing great, love and light. Thank you, Golden Threads. We're up to 4,000 people now. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really get a lot of sightings, but I do have turkey sightings, moose sightings, deer sightings, squirrels, chipmunks, although they haven't been around for a while. The chipmunks are the burgers of the forest, and they all die out by the end of the season. They've all been eaten. We have coyotes, we have mountain lion, we have cougars, bobcats, bears, everything. Shannon Benninger just donated $20. Thank you very much. Demons are real, rise your frequency. Yes, let's get back to that. That's Linda Baker said that. The point is, you can't make it go away except through the diligent application of spiritual principles. You have to walk the walk. You can't just say, oh, I'm a spiritual person, and then engage in hatred, anger, jealousy, competitiveness, lack of patience, manipulating other people, getting easily irritated. If you're irritated all the time, it's really time to do some soul searching, and especially if you're irritated and you keep taking it out on other people, and you take your own internal angst and now you want to make it somebody else's fault, and so you blame other people for your own anger. That's a very, very common thing that people do. They want to have a relationship where there's a person they can always vent their frustrations on, somebody who's willing to take it. And so a big part of what we're dealing with in this proxy battle between the Alliance and the Deep, you know what, is that the DS, is that it's actually a battle between love and hate. This is just a symbolic level of it. The real fact is that the Alliance is being helped by positive, angelic, human extraterrestrials. The DS is being helped by demonic entities that do exist. Both sides of this war are real. And if you have, let's go back to the camera I did that before, which was this one. So this is where the negative entity would be your left shoulder, right? If you go negative, then your thoughts go negative. You're going to hear those, you're going to have thoughts come into your mind that are fueled by negative entities. This is actually real, according to the law of one. Similarly, when you have thoughts of love, peace, forgiveness, compassion, now positive angelic entities are always around you all the time, and they start sending you energy to help you. And so you will have increased love, increased patience, increased compassion, and that's how the universe actually works. It's a system in which the good is rewarded with positive karma, and if you act negatively, you actually experience negative karma. And so both of those things are true. Negative karma is very real. If you cut your finger, if you were, cutting with a knife and all of a sudden you cut your finger open, try to think, what was I just thinking right before that happened? I got chunks of skin on my lips. There we go. Try to think of what was happening right before you cut yourself and say, like, okay, did this accident that happened to me, whatever it is, have a reason? So one of the things I notice the most frequently is that when somebody is on the psychopath spectrum, they are extremely sarcastic, disrespectful, and cynical about anything having to do with karma. You think that because you said such and such that happened to you, karma, right. No. It's a very intrinsic level of awakening to understand, as it says in the Bible, as you sow, so shall you reap. What goes around comes around. The Hindus called it the law of karma. Once you really begin to grasp that karma not only works, but it's extremely precise, you've begun this path of awakening that I'm talking about. You're living in a hologram, and it takes a big perspective shift to understand that karma is real. It takes the recognition that other people around you can be invisibly manipulated to bring about positive or negative karma. And the power that the positive beings have to bring you positive karma is incredible. So the universe is like a gumball machine, and if you put love in, you get love gumballs out, and you can chew those, and they're very sweet and delicious. Whereas if you're putting out anger, negativity, and hatred, you are going to get nailed. It doesn't matter if you understand it or not. Ignorance is no excuse for the law. If you do negative stuff, if you engage in manipulation and control, you're going to get nailed. And so people who are on the psychopath spectrum, as we've said before, there's 17 different regions of the brain that are adversely affected. All but 3 or 4 of them show a diminution in their electrical activity, and there is a rotting. There's actually rotting in the brain in the form of fungus. This often encompasses the frontal lobes, which is where there's emotion and love and spirituality. And so people on the psychopath spectrum, they're dulled. Their frontal lobes don't even function. That tissue is rotting. There's no electrical activity on an MRI. And they all have, as I've said in many other shows, a very predictable set of behavioral ideologies. They always seem to have a high degree of narcissism. They always seem, the very first thing on the list for the psychopath is the word glib, which means they talk too much. So one way to tell, it's not every case, okay? Sometimes people just love to talk. But if you have a person who's just always talking and they always want you to listen to them, that may be an indication of psychopathy. They lie. They have no problem with lying. They're compulsive liars. They are usually sex addicts of some kind or another. Sex addiction can be treated, but fundamentally speaking, if you use other people for pleasure, but you don't really intend to be with them and you manipulate them and lie to them in order to hook up and just get your rocks off, but you're not really interested in any commitment, that's psychopathic. That's another example. So what psychopaths do is they have a threefold process, which would be deify, denigrate, and destroy. First, when they come into your life, they deify you. You may never have been complimented this much by anybody before. They really seem to look up to you. And that's the hook. That's the relationship acquisition mode. Then they have the denigrate phase. As soon as they feel like they can trust that you're not going to run away, they start knocking you down. And so one of the ways you can tell if somebody's a psychopath is that early along, when you first start getting together with them, they try to knock you down, and they just experiment with that and see, what are you going to do? If they give you a startling insult, are you going to push back, or are you going to try to apologize? You know, another way that you can tell if somebody's on the psychopath spectrum is that you're always apologizing. You're always in trouble. You're always being accused of violating their extreme sensitivity. They're very, very sensitive. They're actually fragile people. And as you get more into it, you discover that because of these shut down parts of the brain, they actually have deficiencies in their cognitive functioning. And so you'll get things like people who have learning disabilities. Doesn't mean that if you have a learning disability that you're a psychopath. But psychopaths cannot necessarily run a small business successfully on their own. They can't juggle a bunch of complex tasks. It's harder for them to learn. It's harder for them to perform certain tasks. And so they typically want to be in some type of domination in which they are telling you what to do, and then you got to go out there and make their dreams come true. They're the dreamer and you're the doer. And you have to do everything for them. And they want you to clean up after them. They want you to cook for them. They want you to do everything. They want you to, make the money. Then they get to spend it how they want. And so what we are seeing with the DS, as I said right here, is an organized group of people who have psychopathy. And the third phase after you got deify, then denigrate, is destroy. So that's really what the psychopath's main goal is. They're not interested in love. They're not interested in any type of God except for the God they create for themselves. They believe they are God where none exists. They mock and ridicule people who believe in God. Almost all internet trolls are psychopaths, as it turns out, because why? There's a little part of their brain in the corpus callosum called the striatum, and that is the part of the brain that lights up when we're having sexual pleasure and when we're laughing and smiling and those kinds of things. And it has been scientifically proven that when people test out on this psychopath spectrum, there's 20 questions. And if you answer them, the highest score you can get is a 40 because it's a 0, a 1, or a 2, whether you agree with these things. The higher you are in the psychopath spectrum, the more that your brain will show on an MRI that you are enjoying it if you see, for example, a picture of someone being injured, a picture of someone being hurt. So most people are going to have their frontal lobes functioning, and they're going to enjoy being hugged. They're going to enjoy being told that they are loved. They're going to enjoy all of the sensitivity and all that kind of stuff. Whereas with psychopaths, yes, they do want to be idolized. Yes, they do want to be worshipped, but they're not interested in love. They don't feel it. They don't even know how to feel it. They're not really, the higher up on the spectrum they are, they're not capable of loving other people. And they look at anybody who has that love, and especially if that person falls in love with them, as a weakness that they can exploit. And the third phase is very dark. It's deify, denigrate, and destroy. So in the destroy phase, what's actually happening is that they will completely rip your life apart. And they may not, this is a common misperception. You think psychopath, you're like, oh, that's like a murderer, right? It's like a serial killer like Hannibal Lecter. No. Psychopaths usually do not commit physical acts of violence because they know that they're going to end up in jail or, maybe the death penalty. They don't want to go through that. So what they do is they like to be clever, and they like to get you to destroy yourself. If they can hook you in and get you really loving them and get you thinking that they're so amazing and so wonderful and you're so attached, and then they can destroy you and shatter your life, That's good enough. But when you go really high on the psychopath spectrum, then you get into this stuff, the DS, as I said here, the last two words here. That's where you're actually doing ritual magic, and they're physically destroying God's creations, whether that's animals or human beings. They will literally destroy a life, make a big mess, lots of red stuff, and the person or the animal ends up dying. So the destroy aspect of the personality is very real. It's been thoroughly studied. There's lots and lots of great psychological analyses that have been done on this. So when you have a group of these people who are actually running the planet, they want to destroy life. They want to destroy other humans. They only want people who ascribe significance to their elitist philosophy to stick around. And even then, you only get to be a slave to them. You're not going to have any rank. But this is why it seems so strange. Why would there be people who want to do the so-called depopulation thing? Well, it's because that's what everybody who's on the psychopath spectrum ultimately has very similar, even you could say stereotypical characteristics. And that's kind of shocking. We didn't really know about this very much. I learned about it in college. And then they tell me in college that I had a psych degree, got a BA in psychology. They said, there's no real treatment for psychopathy. You can't really cure it. If people have this, typically they stay this way forever. Now, it is true that you can reduce the level that you have with things like exercise, having a job, working with a lot of other people in some type of productive capacity. If your job involves lots of social interactions, you can ultimately heal that. But psychopaths typically will have a smaller inside circle. They don't really interact tightly with a lot of people. And the people who they do have around them, they typically want to dominate those people. If they form their own organization, it's very hierarchical. They have lots of pecking orders, and they absolutely know who's in charge. Now, they might jostle for position, but they're still going to be pushing for that dominance. So this is ultimately a spiritual battle. It's a hologram of the journey that we have inside, or whether we're going to go negative or whether we're going to stay positive. And the universe is a hologram, and psychopaths are here to induce us to become more loving, because these people cannot be fixed, as my psychology professor said. You're not going to love them out of it, and you're not going to outthink them, and you're not going to find that magic solution where you say to yourself, you know what? I really, really love this person when they're being the good person. If I could only get them to always be good, then my life would be great. Everything would be happy. I wouldn't feel sad. I'd have a great life. I just want to edit out the mean, nasty person that pops up sometimes, and I just want to get nothing but the good person. If you're stuck in something like that, guess what? The mean person is never going to go away. Kenneth Bates donated $100. Look at that, the red one. And he says, I only support and defend good people. You're on my list, David. Well, thank you. I'm very flattered. And he got 29 thumbs up. Wow. So yeah, it's very important in your own life that if you have people who are on the psychopath spectrum, I mean, if it's family, there's not a whole lot you can do. You still have to interact with them to some degree or another. If you have kids with this person, you still have to share custody. But if you have something you can do about it, like a lot of people feel trapped in their job. They're like, you know what? Yeah, my boss is a real a-hole, but what the hell? This is my work. I'm too old to do anything else. This is what I'm stuck with. No, that's not true. It's very, very important to understand that the psychopath will never allow you to win. They will never allow you to be good. They will never allow you to be loved. They will never allow you to be respected. You will always be on the run. You will always be under the gun. They will always have you tap dancing. They will always have you in trouble. You're always apologizing. You're always defending yourself. And you're never seen well. And if you fix all the things that they tell you are wrong with you, they're just going to come up with more things. So you cannot get out of this. You cannot comply your way out of tyranny. I love that line. So what's happening is there are people on Earth, many people on Earth, who are in fact ignorantly not following a loving path, not following the teachings of Christ and other great leaders in our spiritual history. They haven't figured out the importance of love, but they're also not psychopathic. And in law of one terms, that's somebody who would be called confused, where you flip-flop between positive and negative. Psychopaths are probably not going to change. But the reason why they're here is for the flip-floppers. It's for people who don't really get that it's important to be loving. They don't really understand karma. They don't really believe in God. They try to be a nice person, but they also do a lot of negative, weird stuff. They're irritable, they're angry, they're jealous, and they have hope. There's a way to get out of that, but it involves great deal of self-honesty. And a lot of people are not honest enough to really take on the spiritual path. You have to drop all your narcissism and say, you know what? I'm willing to allow the love of the universe into my heart. I'm willing to allow myself to embrace other people and help other people. I don't want to be judging in my mind. I don't want to be having negative thoughts about people. I mean, it comes up and you have to forgive yourself if it does. The main thing is not to act on it. You want to try to be supportive to everybody. You want to try to be positive to everybody. You don't want to get stuck in this competitive mentality, anger, jealousy, and you don't want to live in fear. Fear is an emotion that actually allows this negative influence to start to overtake you. So fear, however, is also a transformative emotion. Fear will take you from one point to another. Fear incites change. Fear motivates you to do something about it. Fear is a warning. Fear says, oh man, I better deal with this. I can't let this go the way it is. So what we're having in terms of the law of one spirituality and Archangel Michael, as I've talked about before, came through me from 96 to 2000. We have 7 books, the Michael Prophecies. In the comments section on the YouTube video here, you can go look to thedisclosure.com, put in the discount code actualization. We've got a great offer. I didn't even remember to put the sales slides in my talk this week, so I'll just remind you again, actualization, it's in the comments on the YouTube video. And we're offering a great deal right now where you can get these 7 books. This is something that was very interesting. I began to receive telepathic contact about 9 months after I started to, well, no, it was more like 10 months after I started to read the Law of One. And ultimately, as we saw in previous weeks, it was the same source that wrote the Law of One that was communicating through me using conscious telepathic channeling processes, which I derived out of remote viewing, where, again, it's been acknowledged now by government sources. This really works. We have a big donation came in here. Showman Sauna. Hi, David. Do you think we are in an Archon experiment? That's negative entities, Archons, that we are being deceived into being spiritual slaves to them while they feed off of our misery. All the best, and thank you for your brave service, Jamie from Norfolk. Yeah, so that whole Archon thing and Gnosticism, that's all part of the negative philosophy. The idea that ethics and morals are encumbrances that hold you back from being enlightened. Or as Aleister Crowley said, do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. Charlie Winter says, I was told EBS would be used today. Have you heard this? Well, I hope it doesn't happen until after my show is done. That'd be pretty rude if they fired it off right now. But no, look, spirituality is real. The afterlife is real. Reincarnation is real. This is all part of the actual Christian teachings. Jesus did teach reincarnation. It was suppressed. But St. Clement of Alexandria wrote this series of books where he got inside information from St. Peter, and he found out that, yes, in fact, the biggest secret teaching that Jesus was hiding and wouldn't talk about except in parables was reincarnation. And we now know that you get the same face. You apparently get the same astrology or similar astrology. Your face looks very similar to who you were before. And again, Dr. Ian Stevenson researched reincarnation in the 1960s. Over 3,000 children, many from the Middle East, found that when people did have accurate recall of their past lives, that their faces also matched. And Dr. Jim Tucker, University of Virginia, found out that you can do it with police face matching software. You can actually match someone's face to who they were before. We've talked before about the idea that I'm the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce, or at least I appear to be. The faces are very similar, the astrology is very similar, and the abilities are very similar. Edgar Cayce was doing amazing psychic readings that could diagnose people's medical problems at a distance when all he had was their name and address and their agreement to be there at that time when he did the reading. Edgar Cayce had flawless accuracy. Really, really incredible stuff. Never been properly debunked, as we said before. And then I come back and I end up doing the Michael prophecies. I stopped doing most of that work after 2000. I continued to have clients until about 2004, 2005. And then at that point, I totally went into being a self-sustaining metaphysical talent, talking about UFOs, sacred science, selling conference tickets, selling books, and making my entire living, dedicating my whole life to just doing this. So I started to see very early along that this concept of the DS was real. And we are in a proxy battle between these two forces. The Alliance side didn't come in until later, but it all kind of came to a head in this November that we're in with the events that we just saw unfolding. And so leading up to this, it was really, really scary because the negative side was creating lots of dangerous stuff. We were afraid of violence. We were afraid of riots. We were afraid that there was going to be terror in America and in other countries. And we also had these two massive hurricanes that came in. Helene, of course, did incredible damage. And then Milton got everybody really scared. It was a Category 5. It looked like it could bulldoze Florida. And then at the last minute, it just kind of vanished. And that could very well have been the result of some type of alliance intervention. So now we have this crazy situation where it was exactly what I predicted. I've been predicting this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and especially after the November event came and went, I said, look, they don't have any cards left to play. The negative side doesn't have any cards left to play. About the only cards they can still play is to try to create such great negativity that there's an emergency situation, and well, we can't transfer the government. We need an emergency interim government. We're at war. We're in a disaster. Everybody's dying. There's this horrible thing going on. We can't transfer power to the guy who won. We got to keep it the way it is for now. Maybe once the emergency passes, we'll allow this to go away, but for now, we gotta hold the power. We can't give it up. That's literally the only card left they can play, because if they give up the power, then what is going to happen? Once 4547 returns, now we're in a whole new situation where he's going to go after these people and he's going to expose the real nature of who and what they are. And it's going to be very shocking. It's going to be a huge rude awakening for people like my father, people who've been watching television, people who don't really understand what's going on. And so all of this stuff, the fears that we're going through, the massive hurricanes, it's all a form of a global karmic burn. That means that all of us in our own ways are going through karmic alleviation. We're all in a global situation in which something big is going to happen in the future, something very positive where the negative is exposed. And this is a spiritual event. And so your higher self is trying to cram in as much homework as possible before we get to that big moment. Your higher self wants to bring about all of your karma being balanced as much as possible. So there's a karmic burn happening on a global level and on a personal level. And people are awakening. Part of what happens is, as you process karma, as you burn karma, you end up having a greater level of insight and awakening, spirituality, and love. So even my father has now turned off the television news. As we said last week, it's an astonishing statistic. Only 596,000 people are watching MSNBC throughout the whole day. And it was only 71,000, I believe, that was in their prime advertising demographic. That's crazy. And CNN was at like 410,000 for the whole channel for the whole day. And I forgot to mention this last week, but when you're in the airport, it's annoying as hell, isn't it? You go to the airport, you're waiting in the lounge, you're waiting at your gate, and there's CNN on the television. And that's some type of thing they've got nationwide in America, pretty much. So they can count everybody who's in the gate, everybody who's around one of those TVs, they count those as views. So if you subtract those views, I don't know how much that would be. It might even knock it down another 100,000 or more. So this is really quite shocking because, again, they're fiddling with the numbers to get the viewership that they claim to have. So the fact that so many people have tuned them out is absolutely incredible. We have 330 million people in America. And according to my father, he said this to me on the phone just yesterday, the escalation in World War III was the last straw. He said, you know, David, I'm really starting to see that these people are negative and they can't be trusted and they don't have our best interests in mind. I'm like, yeah, thank God you're finally figuring this out. And people are turning out the TV in record rates. This just came out today as when I saw it. If you look at this demographic, this graph shows you how many people have decided that they are not going to watch TV at all. That means they're not watching broadcast TV, cable TV, or satellite TV. 50% of them, this is surveyed between October 23 and September 24, just in 1 year, there's been 50% dropped off in the 18-year demographic to 24, 46% 25 to 34 years, 43% 35 to 44 years, 38% 45 to 54, 29% even in the, you know, when you're starting to get a little over the hill, 55 to 64, 29% fewer of them are watching in 1 frickin' year. So why did I call the show, you know, Karmic Burn? Well, that's because I also have been repeatedly hitting personal karmic burn in my own life. I went to Canada thinking I'm going to have a vacation. I ended up getting COVID almost as soon as I arrived. I didn't really know what was going on. I had no motivation. I didn't do any outdoor activities. I hardly went hiking. I never went canoeing. The lake was right there. I could have gone canoeing. I spent most of my time trying to sleep. I started to have really bad sore throat, really bad headaches. I needed to sleep many hours and I could never get enough sleep. I started to have this dry cough, body aches. I couldn't even sleep well because my arms kept hurting. I sleep on my side, start to get this really bad soreness. I went through, you know, the COVID symptoms continued the whole time I was on vacation, about 3 weeks. Then I got back here October 1st and it got much worse. And I had to be in this house sick. Most of October was just crazy. And then no sooner did I finally beat the COVID, but then I had this ankle sprain. And it actually caused me to have this chiropractic realignment. We go through these hurricanes. We go through the fear of what was going to happen in November, the idea that bad things could happen. Then somehow, miraculously, there's a landslide. I actually had 2 lawsuits show up the day after the election. One of them was just a threat, but the other one was actually filed. So that's another whole thing going on that I've had to reconcile. And we're going to be fine. I mean, both of them are not a big deal, but, you know, it still nonetheless rattles your cage. And you got to just step back and be like, okay, what are we doing here? You know, and what does this really mean? And what's the actual process that's happening? The day after, here I am, I'm supposed to be in a good mood because I wanted it to work out that way, the way the election happened. The very next day, wham, wham, all this stuff is going on. And now, because just like I predicted on this show, if you watch this show, then you remember what I said. I said they only got really very few cards left to play. They need to do something to create an emergency so that they can't leave office because, oh, well, you know, we got to take care of the emergency. So sure enough, now here we are in these global fears of a nuclear World War III. Very scary time to be alive. Now, I wanted to remind you, if you go back to the posts, and this is what the Alliance started doing in 2017, associated with this particular letter that you see up here. Up here. Yep, that's the one we're talking about. So, and if you don't even know what that is by now, I really feel sorry for you. We're not going to explain it right now, but the point is that the Alliance has been putting out briefings. We call it the posts, and now more recently it's on X, and we'll share that source with you again. I read the posts. There's about 5,000 of them. They all showed up between 2017 and 2022, thereabouts. And it was on an anonymous forum, and so nobody could figure out who was doing it. But There was an incredible amount of stuff in there that up until that point, nobody'd ever been publicly talking about it like that. I was one of the few people called a conspiracy theorist who went into these kind of things. People would laugh at you. They'd ridicule you. Many of them would. But now it's like, no, this is actually real. So post number 140, we're just going to read a little bit of it because it's going to pop up later, says this is all a movie. So they're talking about a triangle, and then they say, what is the new you-know-what? You can see that, the third sentence there. And then down at the bottom, it says, and I'm going to put it up on here now, what if China and these others are coordinating with our friend to eliminate this DS group? I want you to really just soak that in for a minute. That there appears to be wars going on, and there may actually be political factions in these countries that do want wars with us. But there are other groups within those countries that are coordinating to eliminate the problem. So that's something that really makes everything that's going on right now look different. There's not going to be a nuclear war. Even if the powers that were intended to do this, they would be stopped by benevolent ETs. We've seen this before. Benevolent ETs really do exist. They look human most of the time, and they have a very high degree of spirituality that puts our level of commitment to shame. So what if these countries are coordinating? Well, I think we're at the final moment here, folks. So give yourself a round of applause. This is a moment to celebrate. We're at the end. I'm not going to have to keep doing this week after week indefinitely, waiting for something to happen. That something is going to happen. January 20th is a big, big turning point, and I don't believe any emergency is going to throw that off. And now, in the previous week, I was saying, I think the winter is going to be pretty chill. We're not going to see too much stuff happen, but now we're in a very frightening situation. And so, but it's not all frightening. At the same time, we have the congressional investigations into UFOs, and they've exposed the name of an alleged UAP program called Immaculate Constellation. Then they say, oh, you can't say the name or they're going to come after you. But come on. Everybody's saying the name. It's all over the place. I wouldn't worry about that. So this means that major UFO UAP disclosure is inbound, as I said in these slides from previous week, and they've just dangled the ultimate carrot to the world. Representative Nancy Mace posted this document called the Immaculate Constellation document on November the 13th while these hearings were taking place. And there you can see her logo from South Carolina. And here is the link if you want to go read it for yourself. We talked through this last week, and we're not going to do all that again. But now it's come out in the last week. Jeremy Corbell, this is his X page. He says, hey, Representative Nancy Mace, you said there were 12 pages. There's only 11 pages that you posted on the record. What was the 12th page, the missing page? What is he saying? Then he did another one. It says, wait a minute, strike that, reverse it, thank you. Then if you read the top, it says, by now, did y'all find the 12th page, the missing page of the congressional record submission on Immaculate Constellation, the government operation to catalog and assess all domain imagery and data of UAP? The first page, the one they didn't want you to know about or see. Well, in case you don't know who Jeremy Corbell is, I think he's awesome. I've watched his movies. I've watched a lot of his stuff. He's a colleague. He's a UFO researcher. I only saw him pop up a few years ago. I don't know how long he's been around. I've been doing this nearly 30 years now because I got online in 95 and I was listening to Art Bell and started to participate in 96. So it's coming up on 30 years. And I've been a public figure ever since 96 by being in these prominent forums and talking about UFOs. So what is he talking about, this missing page? Well, he has been reporting on the work of folks like Tom DeLonge and now more recently Luis Elizondo, who are part of this ATIP or AARO. There's different acronyms for it, but essentially what we've seen is that the three-letter agency starting with C, the company as we like to call it in quotation marks, that's a common code word for them. This team that's trying to disclose the secret of UFOs, they renamed them Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, UAPs. there's a lot of people from the company in this team. And the company represents a key part of the DS, according to all the posts that we've gotten from the Alliance. So whenever the company is telling you something, there's a hidden agenda. And what he's implying here is that he wrote the document that they just disclosed, and he had his name on the title page, which was the first page, and the company, you work with a company, they're going to screw you. They cut that page. You don't know that he wrote it. He's not getting the credit for it. And then they made fun of him. If you ever saw that video where Luis Elizondo was leaving the hearings, and then Jeremy Corbell is coming up beside him and says, "Can I please talk to you?" And he just keeps on walking, looking ahead, and he's very gruff. Well, the reason why he wanted to talk to him is, what the hell happened to my title page? How come you guys didn't give me any credit for this? It's just an anonymous author. So somebody else dove in. This was Jay Anderson. Something smells fishy with UFO disclosure. He connected the dots, figured out what it is. Jeremy Corbell provides congressional staff with the Immaculate Constellation UFO document. The cover page was removed before the hearing, which had his name on it. Jeremy Corbell takes to social media about this. He only hinted at it. I just read you the 2 posts that are relevant. It has now been rediscovered by @TheAstral, that Jeremy Corbell, or Corbell, he misspelled it there, produced a TV series in 2016 with John Lear called none other than Immaculate Deception. And remember, this was Immaculate Constellation. Well, that's weird. So just to summarize, the latest smoking gun document appears to have been created by Jeremy Corbell, borrowing inspiration from one of his previous production titles, Immaculate Deception, which is, by the way, right here. So that's his movie. Okay, we'll get back to that in a second. Evidence of his involvement in the document was then removed prior to the hearing, which is extremely suspicious. Why would you need to remove Jeremy Corbell's name from this unless it would lead to some uncomfortable findings like the one the Astral has come across? In other words, is there really even a government program called Immaculate Constellation? Or was Jeremy Corbell borrowing the title of his own video? We don't know yet. It's just speculation. I think Jeremy Corbell's awesome. I'm sorry this happened to him. Paired with Michael Schellenberger, who was one of the people who testified, paired with Schellenberger's claim during the hearing that these documents were provided to him by specialized sources in the DOD, well, Corbell is saying that's not true, that means people are lying. And Elizondo has said he's really against lying, but once again, you guys got busted. Some UFO researcher wrote this document, and it wasn't from the DOD. So, why would you do that? His refusal to divulge the sources of the document in any shape or form only adds to the increased skepticism. This all has the air of disingenuous behavior to serve some greater good cause. A little lie here, a little lie there, all for the cause of disclosure. Fabricated document, circulate some unevidenced stories. It all serves the greater good of disclosure. Sorry, but that is a radicalized ideological movement, not an objective research-based endeavor to try to gain clarity. So here again is his documentary, Corbell's documentary, Immaculate Deception, the John Lear story. And if you look really closely, down at the bottom, it says, a feature film by Jeremy Kenyon Lockyer Corbell. So, and that's also the name, the 4-part name that he uses on his X page. So my advice to Jeremy is, hey man, welcome to ufology. Getting your stuff stolen and other people taking credit for your work is part of being a UFO researcher, and you can't really get around it. It just happens. This is just the reality that we live in the everyday world of the UFO researcher. I've had so many things I've done be stolen. I've had so many people who do the so-called LARP or live action role play, right? The LARPers who come in and borrow either from the disclosure testimony that various witnesses have given through me and through other sources like Project Camelot, or they borrow from my metaphysical research, the spiritual science research, or more recently, I talked about last week, there's these various accounts on X that are saying things that are very similar to what I'm saying, but then they put a spin on it. And so I just actually blocked them. It turns out, if you keep seeing something on X and you don't like it, there's those 3 dots off to the right of where the person's name is, or the entity, whatever it is. You get those 3 dots, you click on that, you say, I don't want to see more of these. You click on that, and then you can do it a second time. I really don't want to see more of these, and so now I don't have to look at that crap at all, because it was really clogging my feed. I had one kind of what I would call bad channeling after another, like somebody is pretending that they're extraterrestrial, that they're either channeling extraterrestrials or that they are extraterrestrials. It's almost exactly the same as the stuff that we teach you in this weekly show, but then there's all this weird distortion around it, and they mess things up. Like, as I said last week, they're trying to say that all the people are going to ascend into a different plane, and all the negatives get to stay here on Earth, and they don't have any karma, and nothing bad is going to happen to them because all of us have ascended and disappeared. Now, I believe that this is actually the swamp doing this. It's not anybody real. It's not a real person, because usually they brand themselves, they have products for sale, they do videos, and they very much want you to see their face. These people don't want you to see their face. They always use pseudonyms. You never get to see the real person. Lori Powter Tavares donated. Hi from San Diego on this beautiful Sunday. Keep up the great content. MAGA. 17 likes. How about that? Quantum FX said, we just saw 7 craft last night. Several people in our town saw this. They are here. These things were huge. The invisible enemy, says Christopher V. We got 5,300 people already watching. For the first hour, we're right at the 1 hour mark. That is incredible. Thank you guys for being here. We're still just getting started. So this is probably one of the greatest shows I've ever done. We've got time loops. We've got incredible information. We're just getting rolling here. So hang in there with me. You're going to love this show. Lear said the serpents were in control. I would agree, if you want to call them that, like Draco. This is a donation from Ollie369. Victoria Whitney on Gaia's Cosmic Disclosure is now echoing the same things and saying they are teaming up with the Draco for now. They're also talking about a potential invasion. What are your thoughts? I've never heard of Victoria Whitney. I haven't been on Gaia since 2017. That's your third super chat. Again, 17 likes, $50 donation. Thank you very much. But no, we are not getting invaded. That is not going to be happening. Wolfie says, greetings, David. Any Stavati projects getting funded? Yes, as I said earlier, we have our first $110 million. It's the SM-150, and what the hell is the other one? I can't remember. I got to not play with my tooth. I got to keep it in place. Anyway, I have a loose tooth, folks, because the karma has been hitting me too. The karmic burn is very real. We're not going to get invaded. We have positive ETs that are guiding us through a collective ascension. They explained in my Michael Prophecies books that because the mission of Jesus worked, the biblical earth changes that all these ancient teachings told us to expect are not going to be happening. We're having a non-catastrophic ascension, which is very, very exciting, and we're heading into the final phase of that. Next year is where this is going to happen. Samaj Oiranalome says, if we're in the law of confusion, is there any way to really figure anything out? Yes. That's a teaching from the law of one, and you have to go with your faith, you have to go with your heart, but part of the game is that you have to see it for yourself within confusion. You have to learn to be loving, decide that you want to do this, even if you don't have all the facts. Starseed Essence donated $50. Thank you, David, sending much love. And that's really great. I really appreciate you guys donating. And again, smash the like button. I don't know how many likes we've got right now, but if everybody could do that, that would really help us out. We got 5,645 people. If we had 5,000 likes, that's going to be incredible. So just take a moment to do that. UFO Mark II. I think David is a little long in the tooth. LOL, I couldn't resist. Kenneth Barneycastle says, Dave, they watch everything on their mobile phones now. Nothing has changed. Well, I think a lot of things are changing. So it's an exciting time, folks, and I'm really, really thrilled to be here. So again, Jeremy Corbell, welcome to ufology, man. People stealing your work, crossing your name off, and then ascribing it to their own insider sources and not giving credit to the author. In other words, there might not even be a program called Immaculate Constellation. That might have been something that they told him you can come up with your own name for it. You can call it what you want. And thank you, Jeremy Corbell, if you are in fact the author of Immaculate Constellation document that Nancy Mace put up. Thank you for the hanging brains, dude. Thank you so much for creating a whole category of UFO called floating brains, which was under the inorganic. There's an inorganic category number 6, I think is what it was. The floating brains was the most hilarious part of that whole document. I've never heard of it before. I'd never heard of floating brains before. But now, officially, part of ufology is hanging brains, floating brains. So we're all going through this karmic burn. Jeremy Corbell is experiencing it. He did all this work. The credit gets stolen from him. That's happened to me so many times in the last 30 years, I can't tell you. So welcome to the club, Jeremy. Thanks for being here. We'll make sure you get the credit. That's why I wanted to do this, because it's newsworthy, right? Once again, they are not telling you the truth. Once again, if it led back to him and his name was on the document, they felt it would ask, people would be asking too many questions. They would make him famous. They had him do all this work for them. He's done movies. He's done all this stuff. And then they cut him off at the knees. I know what that feels like, brother. So I feel for you, man. I'm sorry that happened to you, dude. So with all this karma going on, I had one of my veneers explode. I mean, I finally got over the long COVID. I finally healed my ankle. There's all this crazy stuff going on, mitigating new legal challenges. Our company's very, very close to getting financed. We have a verbal commitment already for 110M. It's supposedly going to turn into a written commitment this coming week. We are very, very close. Finally, once that happens, I'll pay all my debts. I'll be debt-free. I'm really looking forward to that. And we're very close. The group that's putting in the 110 wants to actually finance a whole bunch of stuff for us, and basically the whole gamut of what we have to offer. So we're very close to things being really exciting. I want to try to make sure that I can still do these shows for you guys and not just get sucked up into the world of aerospace. But, you know, here's one of our designs. This is the SM39. It's called the SM39 Razor. And this is actually a craft that does use anti-gravity, and it does have space travel capability. You can actually fly into space with this jet. This is our most advanced one. But even still, it only costs $85 million a unit, whereas if you look at the B-21, they're estimating it costs $704 million a unit. So you can build an Air Force with these. It's the fastest jet ever made, Mach 4, and it goes into space. Nothing else does that. And we can equip it with state-of-the-art gas dynamic laser weapons it makes all projectile weapons are basically obsolete once you get into gas dynamic lasers. There is no need to ever have missiles or bombs or anything like that again. That's all old, archaic technology. So I literally did have one of my veneers just pop right off. So like, watch this magic trick. Oh, how did he get that out of his mouth? I'm going to smile just from the top. Well, that's because my tooth freaking busted off. It's not fun. I mean, it's annoying. So let's pop it back in again. There, I told you I'd do it, and I did it. There you go. So it's a horrifying thing when that happens. This one was about as gentle as they are, but I call it exploded because they just kind of bust off, and now it's like, thankfully in this case, there's no soreness there, but on Tuesday I'm going in to have the darn thing glued back on. I looked online to see if I could super glue it myself, and it turns out you can really damage your teeth that way. So I'm just going to do it right, but I don't even have the schedule and the time to do it till Tuesday. So that's a karmic burn. I mean, it's like, my God, I got this big hole in my mouth. I got to take the tooth out to eat. I got to take the tooth out to sleep. Yesterday, I finally just gave up. I'm like, you know what? I don't even care. I just left it out, and I've learned how to kind of deal with the way my mouth feels. Then the very next day, I had this massive flood in my basement. I come downstairs. There's all this crazy stuff going on. I'm mitigating legal threats. You know, I'm trying to live my life. We're about to get money. And then the next thing you know, I walk downstairs. I walk into my laundry room, and I see this. I had to get everything out of the closet. The coffee maker was from the previous homeowner. Somebody said, oh, I busted you. You're drinking coffee. No, that coffee maker's from previous owner. But I'd already mopped the floor in the laundry room. The laundry carpet, I have a wool carpet in there. It's Tibetan. It was totally saturated. I'm hearing the sound of water, and I'm smelling wet wool, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? And sure enough, I had this massive leak. It appears that all of my water from my bathtub was draining through the pipe and then coming through and draining out on the floor. So these are very major things for me. Losing another tooth is a major thing. Having a huge flood is a major thing. And so I'm navigating the karmic burn. welcome to the show. I'm living the show. I know that these things are happening for a reason. Negative greetings, as they're called, when you have bad things happen to you, in the law of one philosophy, that's called a negative greeting. Well, when those things start happening, it suggests that big events are incoming, that there's positive stuff getting ready to take place that's really amazing, and you're going through a last-minute karmic alleviation, as it would be called in the law of one, or karmic burn. And a lot of people liked the term karmic burn on X, and so I said, yeah, we'll make that the title of the show. And it actually does have physical relevance to Christianity. The term hell is in the New Testament is Gehenna, and Gehenna is actually the place outside of town where dead bodies are burned to dispose of them. So the idea is that as you're going through your karma, you are burning off the parts of your soul that no longer serve your highest interest. You're burning off the parts of you that are jealous. You're burning off the parts of you that are angry. You're burning off the parts of you that are depressed. You're burning off the parts of you that are jealous, and you're burning off the parts of you that are afraid. You're learning to relax back into confidence and trust. So the law of one gives us this amazing teaching about how when you're suffering, when you're going through really bad things, that may indicate that you're about to have a big breakthrough. We talked about that in a previous week, that the ancient mystery schools would deliberately cultivate a state of depression that they would call melancholia. They deliberately cultivate that. They would actually go out of their way to have a dark night of the soul, to have a crisis in their lives, because as you work through the crisis, you go through a spiritual breakthrough. And we showed the 3 pictures. The second picture is the guy riding on the horse, and he's got these demons around him, literally demons, as Albrecht Dürer drew in 1514. And then the third phase was this Saint Jerome, in his study, and now there he is, and his head is glowing, and he's got this lion under his own telepathic control. He's got a lion just sleeping on the floor in his house right next to the dog. The lion isn't hurting the dog. The lion isn't hurting him. And that means he's got this personal soul mastery where these dangerous animals no longer affect him. So again, those are probably based on ancient illustrations that Albrecht Dürer was just re-illustrating them. That's my guess. It's a 3-phase spiritual process. And so the spiritual journey is initiated by melancholy. It's initiated by bad karma. And when you have the negative greeting, it suggests on a global level now, global negative greeting means global positive events are incoming. We are not living in a sadistic universe. You're not just going to be cowering in fear of nuclear war indefinitely. This has been a cultivated thing that's going on. And remember, what if these China and other countries are actually working together to try to defeat this negative force, as we were talking about in that post number 140? So this suggests big positive events are incoming. And again, it's probably already going to start before January the 20th. I was thinking maybe it would take that long, but now I don't think so. So right now we have this crazy situation in which there is an actual missile exchange taking place, and in which Russia actually fired an intercontinental ballistic missile, or ICBM, but thankfully it didn't have anything in it, and they hit Ukraine with that. Nothing blew up, but like, my God. I mean, this is way beyond saber rattling. This is saber chucking. Okay, they threw the darn ICBM down. It's a very scary time. It's a very frightening moment. And I realized, it hit me this past week, oh my God. I already talked about a dream that I had on June 10th, 2024 in previous episodes of our show. Back at the end of June is when I talked about this. I already had a dream about a missile exchange leading to a global ascension type of awakening. And I now believe now is the time to read that dream. So it's time to revisit that missile dream I told you about from June. So the show where I originally discussed it was called Prophetic Dreams Come True. You can go to youtube.com/DavidWilcock333. When you go in there, you'll see everything looks old. We got to click on the word live. That opens up a new window, and then all of the shows that I've done live are archived. You can watch any of them. They're all about 4.5 hours long on the average. And back in June, I had one called Prophetic Dreams Come True. That's the title, and you can go see that I did some of these slides. And I alluded to these dreams, but now I want to read them to you because future proves past. I had a prophetic dream about a missile exchange, and it totally seems relevant to the present. So here's my slide that from back then, where I said there is huge evidence coming our way that the big one is upon us. This would be the mass arrests. And I was talking about the plan. This is the Alliance's plan that was drawn up in the 1950s, financed by an aerospace multi-billionaire, Howard Hughes, kind of the Elon Musk of his time, and he was all into this stuff. And then Kennedy tried to bring the plan about. So the plan apparently is a 5-inch thick binder created by the Alliance. Very, very top secret blueprint to expose the real negativity on Earth and bring it to justice, which is great. I was first briefed on this from Pete Peterson back in 2009. He also introduced me to Stavati Aerospace and Chris Beskar, the head of Stavati Aerospace. So I first heard about this in 2009, and I have been talking about it ever since. I have been saying, look, you guys, since 2009, I've been publicly saying there's a secret group in the military, and it's also got people from all over the world, intelligence agencies, military groups. Most of the American infrastructure is secretly working for the Alliance. Most of the global military intelligence infrastructure is secretly working for the Alliance. And I was talking about it in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way through that time. And finally, in 2017 is when we got the posts. As I said, corresponding to the 17th you-know-what of the alphabet. So, this is very interesting because I had, as I said in this other show, a prophetic dream about a missile exchange followed by global peace. So I actually, let's go back to that. Prophetic dream about missiles followed by peace. 17 posts did not begin until 2017. Okay, so in that show, make sure this thing doesn't fall off. In that show, we had a brief discussion of what this dream was. And so you can go back and watch that. That's prophetic. Because I explained the way that it happened, and now I'm going to read you the whole thing right out of my own dream journal. I only changed a couple of, I hid the name of my former neighbor so that stalkers don't try to go after her. And she is treated in a very derogatory way in this dream. So I want to also issue a disclaimer here that she's a wonderful person, and she was used as a symbol of the DS. That's all. I'm not saying that that she was literally doing the things in this dream. Her character in the dream is portrayed negatively, but that's an analysis of the psychopath and the way the DS is functioning. When she and I did talk, we got along fine. The problem, as I've said before, was that every single time I'd walk down my driveway, she had 2 dogs out on the porch, and they were about 250 feet from where the edge of my driveway was. And it's my property, right? I mean, I own this place. I walk to the edge of my driveway. Every single time I go down there, these dogs are barking their brains out. It's this explosion of violence. And she was working as a nurse, and she wasn't home most of the time, and she left the dogs out there during the day, and they were just angry, pissed off, violent animals. And I had this dream right before she moved out. Actually, I didn't even know it, but she moved out at the end of June, and we got a new tenant in there as of July 1st. And it was all right around the same time that my dog passed away, and all these things were happening. So it was very difficult to have her dogs occasionally getting loose. I'd see them in my yard running around. This happened at least once a month. I was worried about my turkeys. I was even more worried about her dogs being safe, because with my dog, she's a, Belgian Malinois German Shepherd mix, the same thing the military uses, basically a short-haired German Shepherd. It's essentially a programmable wolf. It's like a wolf that will listen to you and do what you want, but it still has all the wolf instincts, has a very high drive, as they call it, and it will kill any dog that comes near it. So if you got that dog on a leash, and then loose dogs are running around in your yard, They always seem to want to come up and start a fight. They think they're safer and freer because they're not on a leash. And I got this killer dog, this killer breed. Guess what's going to happen? My dog is going to immediately go for the throat if the other dog comes near her. And then if that dog is either wounded or killed, then even though I got my dog on a leash, the police are going to say, oh, your dog is violent, your dog has to be put down. So every single time I got to the edge of the driveway, these dogs are barking. I don't know if they're going to get free. Sometimes they could. So it was very frightening because mostly I didn't want my dog to die because my dog would get put down for killing her dog. So this situation lasted for like 2 years. And it made it, well, no, it was actually like 3 years almost, 2.5 years. It made it very difficult to live here. It was very stressful to always get barked at, this explosion of noise and violence every single time I go down the driveway. They'd bark at me when I drove home. I'd be driving home, come up to the gate, pop the gate, woo, 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 you know, just, oh my God. I mean, it was like horrible. So there was a great deal of frustration that had built up with my former neighbor. She since moved. I think she's now in Gilpin or something like that. Gilpin County's, you know, another town up here in the mountains. Hopefully her dogs now can run around. They've got enough land to do that. You know, run around without repercussions. But yeah, it was very upsetting having loose dogs, and these dogs are so aggressive. So let's go on with the dream. Because now in light of what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, this is very, very fascinating. This dream went on for significantly, these are copied directly. I did all this morning. I didn't change anything. The Alliance can vouch for that. You know, they can read my computer. They can go see this dream from June the 10th. I am not making any of this up. This is all what it actually said. It's amazing what happened. This dream went on for a significantly long time. It felt very powerful. I was here at the house, but everything had changed. There were many people around, and eventually it became like an auditorium, like the Proctor's Theater in Schenectady, where I had my high school graduation. And graduation is an ascension metaphor. Graduation means that you're no longer needing to be in third-dimensional reality. You've graduated from the need to reincarnate in this plane of suffering. Earlier than that, there were a variety of people living in a large house together. My neighbor was among this integrated community, and this was right as she was moving out. As I said, her dogs attacked me every time I used the driveway. An explosion of violent barking was essentially guaranteed. It was horrible. I mean, imagine every time you take a walk, you get totally attacked. There was a festive and very fun atmosphere going on with the people I was talking to. We seemed to have access to intel and were discussing it together. It almost felt like camping or vacation. I was talking with a small team, all men, about my female neighbor with the dogs. They had intel that proved she had been torturing people all of her life. So this is where it gets figurative, because my neighbor was a nice lady, and so the dream is using her. And again, I'm keeping her anonymous. Nobody's going to find out who she is, but I'm keeping her that way. I want to make clear that when we did talk, we got along fine. It's just that I'm very busy. I don't talk to any of my neighbors, and it turned into this big, prolonged war over the dogs. So I don't think that this really is talking about her per se. It's actually, I mean, we didn't know on June 10th that Kamala was going to be running, for example. We found that out later, but a female figure ends up running and loses. So this, I believe, is partly talking about her. It's partly, it's talking about the DS as if it were embodied in the female form. It is not actually talking about my neighbor, who is a lovely person. So I just want to make that clear. So her preferred method, because again, they're describing a female psychopath here. Her preferred method, as usual, is to put people in stress positions. We realized in this team I had, the reason she didn't fix the dog problem for so long was she knew it was torturing me as well as everybody else, and that was her goal. So the dog problem symbolizes the fact that you can't walk around in your house, meaning the earth, without being barked at by the DS. So just like every time I'd go to the end of my driveway, I get this explosion of violence. I can't live in peace in my own property. I'm always dealing with this problem. That's the way that the DS has made the earth. So the dogs symbolize the DS, and then the DS is symbolized by this neighbor. We also discovered that the reason she became a nurse, she actually did work as a nurse, but again, this has nothing to do with her, it's all about the DS, was so that she could constantly observe people in misery, which she secretly enjoyed. So they do, as I said before, the psychopath loves to put people in misery. That's one of their main things to do. No one got as much care from her as they needed. This is like government and the way that they treat us. And she was in control of that process. They love to manipulate you. They love to dangle carrots and then whip them away at the last minute, the carrot and the stick. She could be constantly surrounded by people who are always miserable and dying, and then deny them the attention and care they really wanted and needed. Well, that's what they're doing on the global level. Nurses in general are overworked, and also the nurse metaphor symbolizes the medical stuff they did, the COVID and other treatments. Nurses in general are overworked and have to constantly turn people down. She loved the whole thing. We're too busy to take good care of you. Well, isn't that what they're saying? We don't have the money. Everything is, in a depression, recession, whatever. She had an unquestionable authority. She is too busy, and it is your fault for suffering and dying, and expecting her to help you in any significant way. Well, that's what they've been doing. It's called gaslighting. Then she would do the same thing in a relationship. She would constantly neglect people, then punish them for getting upset about it. You have to accept everything the way I say. You can't fight me. And this included in the dream her relationship with her dogs. Her relationship history. So we had these intel documents. I'm with a group of guys, and we had this incredible stuff. It's like, oh, this is why all these things are happening with the loose dogs, and it's because of this part of her personality. It said her relationship history was fraught with one round of humiliating, torturing, and destroying someone after another. That's the psychopath. She used her good looks to draw people into a trap. That's what the DS does. They want to look good, tell you everything you want to hear if you're on the left. In the beginning, they had no idea what would happen later on. How metaphorical. And so this is partly reflective. I made a note today of the stories of KH abusing her staff. Any black person who worked for her, there was a 94% chance they were going to quit because they weren't being respected. So that's what this is really about, not my neighbor. The neighbor's just a placeholder. She was like a serial killer. She was not physically violent, but she wanted to ruin people's lives. Her pattern fetish, as killers often have, in this case, is to lure people in and then completely destroy them over whatever flaws she sees at the beginning. This is the reason she seemed to pick bad boyfriends. She knows these guys are messed up, and then she's constantly weaponizing it against them. So the psychopath will look for people who are damaged goods, people who get themselves in trouble. We have some donations flying in. Let's see that now. I want to honor these when they happen. So Shannon Fisher says, thank you, David, for what you do. My mom, Cindy, got me listening to you. Please give her a shout out. When are the med beds coming? Hopefully very soon. Thank you, Mom Cindy. And yes, shout out to Cindy. And then we have The Chosen Bun. Do you think Billy Carson is legitimate in his claims and knowledge about ETs? He seems to know a lot, but what turns me off is his lack of faith. He seems to be mocking religion. What is your take? Yeah, I mean, I like Billy Carson, and I also know he's gotten into the Gnostic stuff to some degree, and I don't agree with that. But again, I have no problem with him as a person. Did you watch Nino's interview with David Icke? He's saying DJT, Musk, etc. are not who we think they are, that they are bad. Yeah, it's just a difference of opinion once again. I don't agree with that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. And then Angel Raven 444, Narcissist Anonymous meeting tonight at 7:30. Sounds like a good idea. So anyway, and my hits are dropping because whenever I change camera angles, that's what happens. We're about 5,500 people right now, more or less, but it's going to fluctuate as I change the camera angle. So again, they're saying that she looks for your flaws and then destroys you over the flaws. And this is a very common thing that the psychopathic persona will do. They want you to be damaged. They want you to have all these things that need fixing, because then they can always complain and they can always blame you, and they know what your weaknesses are. You did this, you did that. You're always apologizing. You're always explaining yourself. So they look for broken people. They look for people who will indulge in being a victim. They will claim responsibility if you blame them. They will continue to apologize and take personal credit and try to, okay, I'll be guilty. I'll accept responsibility. I'll let you be mad at me. I'll let you be disappointed with me. I'll let you disrespect me. And that's the spiritual path. If you have those weaknesses in your character, then when you're ready for it in your life, you may bring in a psychopath, and then you'll end up fixing those things because they demand that you fix them. And sooner or later, you figure out, you know what, I can never heal from this. I can never get this person to like me. They're always going to be mad at me. They're always going to judge me. There's nothing I can do to fix it. So there it is. She's picking bad boyfriends and weaponizing it against them. The whole point is that she ensures it is a perpetually miserable and completely unwinnable situation for the other person. Well, this is the DS, the global psychopath. She dumps them once they start getting strong enough to push back. They don't like it when you fight back. They want you to remain a victim all the time. And they said the DS is actually a coward. She doesn't want anybody to fight back. So that's why they're so worried about him getting back in office, because there is going to be a trial, and a lot of people are going to be on it. That is why she didn't want to talk to me anymore, as we discussed in the dream. And we really weren't speaking very much, but again, it was mostly just because I was so busy. She needed to find men who were deeply and obviously flawed, so they would always be apologizing about her behavior and blaming themselves. Only then would they accept her abuse and accept that they were in trouble. So this is what they're doing on a collective level. They want you to be in trouble. They want you to accept the abuse. They want you to say, I'm not good enough to get a government that really loves me. I'm not good enough to get respected. I have to accept that, okay, whatever lies they tell me, I just got to roll with it because I'm not worthy of anything better than this. And once you learn that you are better than that, that's when you have an awakening. This is what's happening on a global level now. It was shocking to get the big reveal and realize the dog situation was her own way of continuing a serial killer type of pattern of terrorizing everyone around her. And remember, the dogs barking every time you leave the house is a symbol of the fact that you can't live your life at all and ignore this. They are out there doing their thing, and you are part of that hologram. You cannot get away from it. She knew the dogs were being abusive. She would never admit it, since that's the point. It says we had access to incredible intelligence on her, much of which was on this laptop we were all looking at. This is again talking about the DS. Once I saw the pattern, none of it was surprising. She was addicted to setting people up and taking them down. She didn't like her dogs that much either, which is why she would ignore and neglect them and leave them outside all day. We had a long conversation about this. All this intel was showing me these things. She resented me for having the perfect dog. She deliberately chose two mutts who had obvious flaws, and that way she's not as attached to the dog. They're kind of replaceable. At some point, everything shifted. Now, this is where, thankfully, the dream doesn't use my ex-neighbor anymore as a object of, a placeholder for the DS. Now we're getting into the real meat of how this dream is prophetic. And again, it was from June 10th, prophetic of everything that's happening to us right now with this missile exchange. It's crazy. This is so mind-blowing. That's why I had to read you this week. At some point, everything shifted. There was a severe geopolitical situation going on, which is happening now. Everyone was terrified that nuclear war was about to happen. There was a buildup of extreme and worldwide dread. Well, guess what? That's exactly what we're in right now. Putin is actually saying, 3 missiles and I could wipe out all of Europe. Europe is a lot of people. Europe is where the Western world is really centered. It would be the decline of Western civilization. I don't believe this is ever really going to happen, but a lot of people do. And this dream in June totally predicted that this is where we were going to be. We eventually saw what appeared to be 2 missiles coming in and hitting the earth. This was visible from our community. We were all inside the house looking out of big picture windows. I saw the missiles fly right in and hit the ground immediately in front of us. So this is what we're all seeing now on a collective level. Because remember, the neighbor battle, the dogs, the loud dogs, all of that is symbolic of the DS. So we actually have seen a missile exchange take place. It was on the 17th that Biden said, we're going to let them use our stuff. It was on the 19th that they actually struck Russia with 4 missiles. And then it was on the 21st that Putin gave his response, which we'll talk about in a minute. So this is totally stuff that's happening now, prophetic from June. And I talked about it. I talked about this dream in June. So we saw the missiles fly and hit the ground. Everybody's terrified. But then no explosions actually happened. It was almost as if the missiles were duds. And remember, Putin actually did fire an ICBM into Ukraine, but then it didn't have any explosions. And you can watch that video. It's terrifying. So this is totally something that really did happen. However, it seemed more like a dramatization, there you go, like a psychic or holographic projection, not an actual disaster. And right, we didn't actually see a nuclear explosion. Nonetheless, in the dream space, our vision of it played out as something we could all actually see. So again, as I just said, he approved the use of our own long-range stuff on the 17th. He fired them out of that country on the 19th. And then on the 21st, they actually did use ICBMs, but they were duds, exactly like my prophetic dream from whatever it was 5 months earlier. And it says right here, you can see on the left the actual image of the duds coming in, hitting the ground, but then nothing blows up. This footage captures a major attack unfolding, with Z claiming it was caused by the ICBM, designed to deliver nuclear or conventional warheads nearly impossible to intercept. The first ever deployment of one of these just days after they began using these long-range devices. This strike sends a strong message aligning with their declaration of entering a new phase of the war. And then again, you got to look at the number of seconds to get the hidden post. And it says military intelligence referred to above is absolutely the biggest inside drop you'll ever receive. The good guys are winning. It didn't look that way, right? It didn't look like the good guys are winning if there's this exchange going on. But again, this really did happen in real life, and I had this dream in June. So I'm really tripped out because wait till you see where the dream goes from here. This is crazy. Then it was revealed on a worldwide level that I, David Wilcock, was directly responsible for helping ensure this planet-ending disaster did not happen. The knowledge of angelic ETs helping us and using me as their messenger had become worldwide. I had a key role in this like no one else on Earth, and now all of this had become public. I think that's probably going to happen. I'm not really all that excited about it on a personal level. You know, if you're as famous as somebody like the Beatles, the Beatles had a really stressful life. They ended up fighting, you know, the album Let It Be. They recorded that, and then they recorded Abbey Road. It's, you know, George Martin says, you guys have one more studio album in there. Let's get it out. But then they were like at each other's throats. And so it's very, very hard to be that famous. So I'm not like, oh, wow, I hope I get to be famous. No, I've already been famous for a long time. But this is on a next level. And yet when I look at the Alliance, and we've been doing this week after week, all the comms that they send me, yeah, I absolutely believe the Alliance is going to talk about the Michael prophecies and take Michael's deal, which is we will show up in person. We're using this guy, David, to communicate what we intend to do. They always have to use a messenger, but if the messenger thinks that he's the message, or if the messenger thinks they're a messiah or anything like that, that's where you get bad karma. So I don't want to go into those things. So now all of this had become public. It says the ETs hadn't appeared yet, but everyone now knew about them and they were going to be returning. And now we're getting these UFO disclosures, right? Wow. There was a tremendous sense of awakening happening from all this. The entire world had changed, and we were experiencing a mass psychedelic type of activation. That's not where we are right now. So this whole idea of the acknowledgement of benevolent ETs, this worldwide activation, tremendous sense of awakening, everybody knows ETs are real, that part has not happened yet. Tarotina says, Director of Ascension, Ambassador for Cosmic Peace. Thank you very much. I'm flattered. All right, back to our lovely work with the slides here. This was very intense, and it was also incredibly blissful. It was like an ascension experience. I felt profoundly different as a result of all this being publicly exposed and discussed as a true and positive thing. Much to my surprise, my own neighbor had a powerful awakening. She had never realized that ethics or morality had any real value in pursuing. What were we just saying about the Gnostic negative philosophy? Yeah, you know, ethics and morality are encumbrances that hold you back from your awakening. Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. No, that's not true. Now she saw that everything we do is being surveilled, judged, and modulated by higher beings. Wow. Suddenly all the beef she had with me over the dog thing went away. She was completely dazzled by the fact she was living right next door to this person who had a profound planetary effect. Now we were in this large auditorium that felt like where I graduated in Proctor's Theater in Schenectady, New York. So again, the graduation is where we become ascended beings without earth changes, without disaster. The world is going to be okay. Some people are going to ascend. Everybody's going to go through something, but some people get a lot more abilities than others. And that depends on how much of your homework you've done, how loving you are. some type of movie was being played that explained all these things to everyone. I believe there may have been two of her, but I'm not entirely sure. If there was a good one and a bad one. Psychopaths always have those two parts of their personality. They were both watching this movie. Oath, I mistyped that, and that seems to indicate it has to do with the election. Sure enough, here we are. The election happened. Oath of office will be taken. You swear on the Bible with your right hand on the Bible. I think it's raise your right hand, put your left hand on the Bible. I do solemnly swear. Okay, so that's interesting. Graduation surrounding the time of the inauguration. Talked about what I had done with the help of the higher forces, the effect it had on a worldwide level. I was somehow able to project a spiritual double, which is Ascension, and I was very well dressed. I had my sizzle jacket on, complete with an orange handkerchief in the pocket. I didn't actually go far enough to wear the sizzle jacket today, but hey, it was in the dream. Maybe I'll put it on after the break. I don't know. I don't feel like it today. I don't have enough desire to do that right now. I definitely looked terrific. This was how I projected my Ascension double. I was sitting in the audience as both Davids. Each of me appeared to be talking to one of the two versions of my neighbor. She kept saying, I had no idea. This is so amazing. Thank you so much for what you have done. I'm sorry I ever tried to hurt you, etc. And I think there's going to be a lot of these kinds of healings taking place between people on the left and the right as they all realize, like, wow, thank God November turned out the way it did. Thank God you exposed what's really going on. Thank God we actually have a pathway to real global peace now that never would have been possible until this group was exposed. It was a truly ecstatic moment. After I woke up, I realized that I needed to get this data down. It was a very epic dream. There were other details I lost, but at least I got the gist. Then I wanted to talk again about the idea that Lou Elizondo himself says there's going to be a mass ET contact event. He says 2027. Here it is from Vicky Verma. I'm just going to read through this again very quickly. Podcast UFO with Martin Wills. Ramirez claimed the government is aware of an impending event in 2027. Again, Michael Prophecies says 25. Something so significant, people are being prepared. There's a presence on Earth which he thinks is demonic, projecting their own belief systems to make us disbelieve in things like God. Wills asked Ramirez, what would happen if we had a mass landing? Would we just simply prepare for conflict, or would we actually initiate something? This former company guy replied, quote, I think the dialogue we have now in this country with recent legislation is preparing the world population and the U.S. and the world, for the reality that there is a presence of ETs that we need to explain. If they did show up and we continue to do what we did before in our previous decades, we'll experience mass panic. However, if we understand that these beings are real, and if we have 5 years from 2022, or maybe now only 4 years, if they come in 2027, and now Elizondo is saying he's not sure about the date, the U.S. government has to prepare us for what's up there. In many ways, I think the word got out within the government that they're showing up in 2027, the ETs are, and we'd better be prepared. If not, we're going to have a lot of explaining to do. So I think the dialogue has happened inside the government, and we need to prepare. That's why in 2017, apparently some ET source gave a 10-year time window. They've said in the hearings we just had that they have contact with ETs, and why Lou Elizondo earlier in this year said, just find a hobby for the next 5 years. It'll all be out in 5 years. So that would have put it again at 2027 because this happened in 2022 apparently. He said that this year, so it adds up to 2027. And again, more recently he said he doesn't know the exact date. Whoa, check this out. I've heard 2027 in an official capacity, which I cannot reveal. People in the government are aware that something is going to happen. We have limited time, only a few more years to prepare. That's what's wrapping up this acceleration from previous 7 decades of not even acknowledging it to now it's coming out at a faster and faster pace. So that is a very, very heavy thing. The guy who just spoke in Congress with the Immaculate constellation document that now it turns out they might have ripped off Jeremy Corbell. Why are they doing this? Apparently they're doing this because they believe, and they have been told by extraterrestrials, that sometime by maybe 2026, 27, and again, Michael said 25, but that we're going to have a mass UFO event on Earth. Childhood's end. And it's not negative. These are going to be Christ-like beings helping us go through ascension, and they're not going to leave. They're going to show up and they're going to stay and they're going to become a part of our lives. And we're going to be back into an era like we have in our religious scriptures of various cultures, where you have these gods walking around amongst us. But even better, we get to transform into beings like them. Isn't that exciting? So this was a stunning confirmation that the Alliance gave me. I had this prophetic dream on June the 10th, and then 2 days after, and remember, in my dream there was a missile exchange, but the missile was a dud. It didn't fire off. And then immediately after that, I'm going through a graduation ceremony. I can project a spiritual double who's wearing a sizzle jacket. I make up with my neighbor. We have this beautiful healing. And there is this worldwide understanding that ETs are real, they're benevolent, they're involved in our lives, and they're about to come back. But they hadn't come back yet, but it still felt like an ascension anyway. So again, what precipitated all of this ascension stuff? What precipitated the awareness of ETs? What kicked off that ball, like a football getting kicked into play? What was the thing that kicked the football? It was the missile event. So I had this dream on June the 10th, and then 2 days later, this is what they actually posted on the Alliance's TG page. And so we're going to look at the top one first. It says, Russian warships and a nuclear missile submarine are in America's backyard. That's June the 12th, 2 days after my dream. I couldn't believe it. And then, now if you go there, it says, before that, it says war is coming on June the 4th. And then they just posted a couple days ago, on November 17th, war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. That was what they did before. We read that one. We had a whole episode called War is Coming because of this. And they say, does it make sense now? Yes. Okay. So, this is the note from my original journal when I first put all this together. As an EC was my name for Ezra, the name of the guy that seems to be responsible for posting this, or at least it's done under his name. As pictured above, EC, the Alliance, gave me another dream endorsement right while I was on the phone for my therapy session at 1:25 p.m. Thank you guys in the Alliance for your ongoing support. This continues to be a fascinating phenomenon. It would be far more enjoyable to work with you in person. That day is obviously coming, probably sooner rather than later at this point. In the meantime, each of these Easter eggs continue to be the equivalent of a mind-blowing psychedelic experience. I really do feel like Neo in the Matrix, and my computer is talking to me. This latest one is again so on the nose that it is undeniable. There have been many like this since Michael Prophecies was in development. It has been a defining element of my life since the divorce, which was in 2021. My dream featured 2 missile launches, and now you guys have posted a video of 4 missiles launching, followed by footage of a Russian nuclear submarine. And that video is now down, but as you can go back and look. I had the original post right here, and on the bottom is that video of the 4 missiles. So it really, really freaked me out that they put this up 2 days after my dream, because there was no missile exchange going on at the time. There were no dud missiles. And then all of a sudden, 2 days later, they put this up. I couldn't even believe it. So there again is the video of the missile launching. But now when you go there, that video of the missile launching is gone. It's not up anymore. And now this is what you see, just the first one. And then we already saw that stuff. So, my dream featured 2 missile launches, and you guys posted a video of 4 missiles launching, followed by footage of a Russian nuclear sub. No one can reasonably deny that this is really occurring. Jealous trolls look ridiculous, and they are very few in number. There's really only one. The big standoff is happening now. Russia has also just banned all trading in the dollar and the euro. This could easily have a catastrophic cascading effect that could quickly bring about a financial black swan event, which up until now has not happened. So then about 12 days later, I had this prophetic dream about Godzilla being defeated. This was right before I went on the air in the Prophetic Dreams Come True show. So now I'm going to read you that dream as well, because it's pretty amazing. I ended up living with a military team on a small tropical island in the Pacific. In time, it ended up being a Stavati facility that we had there. I was very happy in working with a team in a tropical paradise. Earlier along, we had a repetitive theme about fighting and defeating Godzilla, the big reptilian. And remember, the deep state ultimately is a reptilian problem. Clearly represents that, as I say right here. We went through multiple rounds of fighting Godzilla with the best technology we had, fighter jets, precision munitions, and the like. He went through many rounds of being blown up, this reptilian creature, before he was finally defeated. There literally was something like 9 or 10 iterations of attacking and blowing him up. And this is talking about how the DS keeps getting defeated in stage after stage. It just keeps on happening. But the grand finale hasn't occurred yet, but in the dream it does. These were very dramatic and heroic situations each time. They were visually grand. Most of it involved airborne munitions from fighter jets or ground level. And again, there's your missiles. So there's another prophecy, the missiles, and how this is going to bring down the reptilian. At some point, this became very clearly associated with the number 138418. It's actually 13818. I got it wrong. Whatever that EO is, executive order, that this particular alliance source has been talking about. And that's the one that says that they're going to seize the assets of anybody involved in certain types of human criminal activity. So they have no money anymore. And, what was the real reason why they raised 1.5 B on the left and they spent $100 million a week? I mean, yeah, it's probably expensive to bus a bunch of people around so you have a crowd each time you go speaking somewhere. $100 million a week, though? No, that's because they were using that money for all the other things they need to do as well. And now they don't have anything. So then on June 4th, as I said, he posted that war is coming. The situation with the small country could be what they are referring to. We may not have much longer to wait before the final sequence. This dream clearly seems to suggest dramatically that the big defeat of the reptilian, Godzilla, is finally coming. I believe the executive order in question relates to the seizure of assets of these entities, and it explains why Wild Bill and the Roths are selling off their yachts and all their stuff. So here again, it says war is coming. Makes sense now? Yes, it does, because we're in the middle of this. We're in the final phase. This is the very final phase. That's another title I was going to use for this show. And then it says on the 19th of this month, just very recently, are you ready for Putin? And then on the 21st, right on the day that he fired the duds, just like my prophetic dream said that he would, I told you he was coming. When you pray for rain, you got to deal with the mud too. Enjoy the show. So they're not worried about this, and they're telling you it's a show. This is a movie. He's actually working with the alliance, or at least there's something behind him that is, some part of that entity. They're not going to blow anybody up, but we needed this catalytic event. We needed a global karmic burn. We have to navigate the karmic burn. Everybody's afraid. Everybody's worried about the end of the world. Well, you shouldn't be, because again, it's just intended to wake up the sleepers. You don't have to be afraid of this. And then they posted this video just the same day, the 22nd. After a certain number of rounds, Godzilla finally was completely defeated. And in the movie Godzilla Plus One, he can keep regenerating. Now Godzilla cannot regenerate. This is talking about the DS, that there's going to be a final moment where it's all over. By this point, we knew it. We were in recovery from these events. I was actually very happy with the military team, with our facility, and the wonder of being on this tropical island. And now I was aware I was being set up for an arranged marriage with a woman who looked like she was Japanese. She seemed to be native to the island, so I would be able to fit right in. It was never exactly clear which island was named. It could have been in the region of Fiji. It had similarities to Hawaii. And as I said in my note from this morning, the Asian woman symbolizes human extraterrestrial beings, human-looking extraterrestrial beings. That's an important point. Do I really think I'm going to be going through an arranged marriage with an extraterrestrial ET? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, if these beings are coming back, maybe they're going to use me as a guinea pig. Maybe I'm going to end up involved and being married with one of these human ET females. That's possible. I mean, that seems to be what this is talking about. And in the reading from 1999, they actually explain in the time loop that people of other races are used to symbolize extraterrestrials. So wait for that. I believe she looked the same as Noriko, the woman who the hero ended up finally marrying after he defeated Godzilla and saved Japan in the movie Godzilla Plus One, which is awesome. Totally worth watching. I took a walk through the town, including with Noriko. I was delighted with the quality of the different houses they had there. To me, everything had the perfect blend of indigenous down home combined with upscale wealth. It's a nice neighborhood. Huge old growth trees, 50-plus feet tall on the residential streets. Beautiful log home that was stunning. There was a party at one house. My team ended up going in there. I was a valuable member of the team. We had this game of throwing axes into a target board. And although it seemed dangerous, everybody was so good with weapons that it was more about how well they could hit the bullseye. I thought this was neat, and some of our members started playing the game. I think this is talking about the Alliance and how, they're defeating Godzilla. That's the symbol of the axe being thrown. And they're going to get it right. They know how to hit the bullseye. We're not going to have a problem. It's not the end of the world. Don't believe the doom and gloom. It's not true. Once we came to this amazing log home where we could play the axe dart game, I decided that I could really live on this island. Right on the spot, I decided I would accept everything the team was handing me. I would accept the arranged marriage with Noriko, and I would live on this tropical island. I could buy a home and live near the base, have an easy commute, and somehow I just said yes. The next thing you know, there was a ring on my finger. Now, this is symbolic of the bride and the bridegroom in the New Testament of the Bible. The Ascension is the wedding of flesh to spirit, okay? So the wedding ring symbolizes being transformed into your ascended form because you're now marrying your higher aspect. You're marrying God. That's part of what the born-again thing is about. I told her I feel much better being married than alone. I need someone on my side to help stabilize me. And this is, again, talking about the ETs coming to help us now and staying here. They're not going to leave this time. It seemed foolish, but I also decided in my mind, I don't need to go through hundreds of options before I make a decision. I just need someone who is genuinely supportive. I can get along with her. She looks good and takes good care of her health. That's enough. The guys in the team were heckling me that I made the decision to get married so fast. And it was sort of like the SEAL team show I was watching at the time, but they were always supportive of me. And then she and I began walking towards the base again through this amazing town. I said, out here in the Pacific, we'll be breathing the cleanest air on Earth. There's no land around to create pollution. In that sense, it is as pristine as what I have with my house at Colorado, at high altitude, but even better. As we were walking back to base, there was an amazing apple tree hanging right over the street, and these apples were huge. Well, what's the apple? That's the Garden of Eden, right? Eve bit the apple in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve are the first two humans. Immaculate constellation, Immaculate conception. Immaculate conception is the birth of Jesus, Adam and Eve. These things are all interrelated. So the apple tree is a very symbolic Garden of Eden kind of thing. And again, as I wrote here today, we're in a new Eden, the new birth of humanity, the ascension that's coming. The apples were very large, 7 or 8 inches wide, similar to Fuji apples. They looked wide, like a very wide Macintosh. Many of the apples had already been eaten by birds, but I picked one in good shape and only had limited beak marks on it. And, the birds probably represent the negative, like the crows, that they're trying to peck away at our inheritance, but it won't make a difference. I bit into the apple. The taste was absolutely fantastic, right in the middle of the street. It really seemed like paradise. Again, it's Edenic. It's the rebirth of humanity. I was extremely happy, and I also thought about how we were in a relatively insulated area. Catastrophes wouldn't happen here for the most part. Once we got the big house, I'd have everything I needed to have an amazing life. This is the last thing I remember before waking up. And so again, we're all getting a new house. It's not just me. We're all going to be living in an Edenic paradise, like a tropical paradise. We're all going to bite the new apple. We're all going to be part of the new humanity. That's what this really symbolizes. And last but not least, the third prophetic dream that I mentioned in that show back in June, at the end of June, was that I was in a trench war and I was calling out the number 34. In this case, I found myself engaged in a full-blown battlefield, once again, like with Godzilla. There were bombs going off, people running around in uniform. The intensity was very high. That's the situation we're in now, so this is prophetic. Everybody's really scared right now. I spent most of my time in trenches, going from one trench to another. The fascinating thing was how I fought the war. Instead of using any weapons, I would come up with a number from the posts, such as the number 34. I distinctly remember that number being one that I used more than once. All I had to do was vocalize and intone the number, and the enemy was being defeated, just like with Godzilla. And this was just 2 days after the Godzilla dream. I did not need to use any weapons, and so the Alliance has been doing everything without kinetic warfare. There was a landslide in November. That's what nobody expected. All I had to do is say the numbers, which is referencing the Alliance's efforts, and the enemy was being defeated in amazing ways. They were being defeated at incredible speed. It was like a holographic shift on the battlefield. I'd say a number, and threats would just vanish. This is right after it was analogized with Godzilla. This went on for some time in the subjective sense. I also seemed to be indestructible. Nothing could hurt me. In that sense, I was able to be joyful as I kept working this strategy. Verbalizing the numbers was astoundingly effective. I had nothing to fear. I eventually awoke after a considerable time. So, what is the number 34 all about? Well, that's probably the central post that they ever made. We had a donation come in. Much love to you, Brother David, from Sister Moondog. We got 6,000 people watching live now, so thank you guys for being here. This is a great show. Maybe we'll get up to 7,000. Smash the like button, and please subscribe to this channel if you haven't already done so. We are over 500,000 now, which is incredible, but it's still nice to get those subs, so please subscribe and please hit the like button. All right, so let's get back into this, which is what does the post number 34 actually say? That'll make this dream make more sense. And there's the link. If you want to go look it up, you actually type that in. You'll get right to it. And this is the date that it came in. And then it says that, my fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, and remember, this is time looped into the present, so this may actually be several days from now that something starts to happen. I mean, we're at the final phase right now. I had the dream about the missile show-off. There was a dud thing, and then all of a sudden, everybody knows about positive ETs. Everybody knows that the positive ETs are returning, like Luis Elizondo said they're going to. I become known for this Michael Prophecies work on a global level, and now I can project a double of myself in the sizzle jacket, and we're in a big graduation ceremony, and then the other dream had the wedding band, okay? So these are all Ascension symbols. Over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from evil tyrants who wish to do us harm, and they want to destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On his order, we have initiated safeguards that will help the public from the primary fallout, and again, that sounds nuclear, doesn't it? And maybe they knew all along it was going to end this way. Slated to occur 11.3 upon the arrest announcement, actionable 11.4. This is right, those dates are right before the November event. Isn't that interesting? We also know that this is from the Law of War manual for something that's called an interregnum between two regimes, continuity of government, or so-called devolution. And we've talked about this many times before. You can go read the Law of War manual, and the 11.3 section specifically talks about enemy occupation and how you handle that. And that's what they considered this to be the last 4 years. So now they're bringing it back as peacefully as possible. But wait for it, it gets really intense. Confirmation to the public of what is going on will then be revealed, will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers to try to stop senior public officials from being arrested and captured. On the order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special operations will be carried out. That's the part that scares my dad to death. But it's going to be okay. False leaks have been made to retain several within the U.S. so that they can't get out, and for special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being protected in full. They kind of got that word wrong, but I fixed it. However, the atmosphere in the country will be divided, as so many have fallen for this corrupt, evil narrative that we see over and over again. Now look at this. This is the big one. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system, also known as the EMS, or emergency messaging system, during this time. That may very well still happen because everything else is time looped, so be ready for anything. You might have a power outage, you might have an internet outage, and it could last for a while, maybe up to 10 days. That's all part of the scheme. And we will be doing this in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news to all citizens. Organizations and/or people who wish to do us harm will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been lifted in order to provide the military with the necessary authority to handle and conduct operations at home and abroad. So, wow, this is so huge. The emergency messaging system, and there's going to be special operations. Whoa. Anybody that tries to stand in the way of this is going to be met with swift fury. This is the human part of the ascension. Once they do this, according to the Michael prophecies, that's what activates our first wave of ascension. I don't know how soon. It's once everybody learns the truth, once they realize we're dealing with an Egyptian, Roman, Babylonian cult, that they were actively engaged in the practice and worship of evil, that it was way more dangerous than we thought, that there's been this hidden dictatorship the whole time. It's nothing new. People who are worried about it now, oh my God, if he gets into office, there's going to be a dictatorship. No. Dude, that's been going on for thousands of years. They've been trying to wipe you out. They've been trying to reduce population the whole time. That's nothing new. So I do still believe, as I said in the show before, that we're going to need time to absorb and process the truth. It's a big learning curve. And now I want to immediately dive back into our Archangel Michael time loop from January 1999. And if you don't remember, then as I said, I've got these tapes that I dictated, and it was using remote viewing protocols, and this is the Archangel Michael transcripts, okay, that I transcribed these tapes, and right down here is the January 1999, and so I've still got all the originals. I usually keep them locked up because, you know, they're very valuable, but we have multiple copies of them. We have transcripts of them, multiple hard drives of transcripts. We have a donation to Reese Wade. She says, David, if you stop planning vacations around eclipse time, they will go much more smoothly. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that. And thank you for the donation. Okay, so we want to continue with the time loop because it's on those tapes. And then I found, as I said, 21 new tapes. So we do have, at thedisclosure.com, we have the 7 Michael Prophecies books. But then these tapes have not been transcribed before. I found 21 new ones right before I was leaving to go to Canada in September. And it was like, wow, you know, all this new stuff. And then I found out that most of them had already been transcribed in 2006, but I had not unsealed them when I built the 7 Michael books that go from 96 to 2000. So there's this little niche of time between January and March 1999, goes into April a little bit, of untranscribed tapes. And if you watch my show, then week after week, I'm reading from those cassettes I just showed you. We're in these time loops. It's absolutely amazing. So, yeah, prophetic dreams about missile exchange in June that the Alliance highlighted. Why would they highlight it? Maybe they highlighted it because they already knew there was going to be a landslide. They already knew that they were going to stop any negative stuff from happening where it could have been stolen. And they already knew that the DS would have their back up against the wall. And they already knew the only thing they could really do to try to extend their time in office is create an emergency. And they already knew what the emergency was likely to be. They foresaw all of this. So when I had that dream about a fake missile exchange where there's nothing that actually blows up of significance, and then all of a sudden there's this global ET awakening, 2 days later they posted, on June 12th, they posted that very message. They had the 4 missiles. They had the Russian nuclear sub. I couldn't frickin' believe it. I thanked them in my journal. Then I had these other dreams about Godzilla being defeated, and that it's done through these posts like the number 34. So now, as I headed into, early September, I find these new tapes. I've been unsealing them, and the time loops have been amazing. And it all goes back to January 1999, so a 25-year time loop, where I spoke these words in trance, using the Christ consciousness, using Archangel Michael as a conduit, speaking through me. They used me as their instrument. And you might want to laugh at that, but there's nothing funny about prophecy being this accurate. It's very intense. It's very exciting. We're at that time now. So now we're going to continue with the time loop. And this is where we were in the last show. It said, we are through for the present. And then at 8:25 a.m. on the 12th, it said, some spots rule the face of the earth, similar to how a humanoid looks in the face of great stress or great desperation. Well, the some spots, that's a very weird, a lot of times Archangel Michael uses encryption. And remember, Archangel Michael is the highest angel in Christ's pantheon, specifically tasked with defeating Satan, supposedly. Some spots, again, meaning like a small cult, are ruling the face of the earth. Most people don't know that. And then they reference a humanoid, which would be, again, this is ultimately an alien agenda run by reptilians, like the Godzilla metaphor. So the Great Desperation is prophetic of everybody on the left being very sad after the election, I believe. So let's read that again. Some spots rule the face of the earth. That's the cult we're talking about. Similar to a humanoid, how they look in the face of great desperation. The point here is to try to illustrate how we in the higher realms are attempting to mitigate, i.e., eliminate these concerns. You may proceed. The Great Desperation is being caused by some spots, i.e. the DS and their humanoids, who previously ruled the face of the earth. And at one point they did, Thank God they don't now. Now I have a dream, and this is where we pick up. This is where I stopped last week. In this dream from January the 12th, 99, I showed you the tape. I was looking for a job. It didn't feel bad. I was going through Virginia Beach. And again, that's a military town, just like the tropical island I just had in that dream. A lot of old buildings were around. And then the weather got crazy. This is what they call the storm, symbolizing the thing we're in right now. Someone was actually describing this storm to me. The wind was so powerful, it was catching land in its gusts and rising it up. This is, again, prophetic of the storm. This is when I first unsealed it. It was November the 8th, somewhere around there. And as well as the recent hurricanes Elaine and Mitch. And then as I was reading it for the second time, there was a huge gust of wind right at the moment that I read the line, the wind was so powerful it was catching things and rising them up. And that's what we saw. Tornadoes, people's property being destroyed. Now it gets funny. The buildings had ionic pillars like ancient Greece. I was going from building to building. There was a Mohonk vibe. That's where I used to work, a resort hotel in New York State. There was also a Cavalier Hotel metaphor. That's the one I worked at in Virginia Beach for just a few weeks. And they burned me out because I had to do all 3 shifts, morning, evening, and night shift. I couldn't handle it. I collapsed, and I finally got fired. There were 2 hotels people could go to. Both of these hotels had people smoking cigars and people copping a wealthy stance. So that, again, the cigar-smoking elites is talking about the DS, the fancy, lavish hotels, and the ionic pillars, again, symbolize them. And this is a storm that's happening to them, right? So I'm in this area, and it's being ripped apart by the storm. That's the DS being ripped apart by what they call the plan or the storm. Now we go right back into the reading from Michael. This is what you haven't seen before. He said, put the Lysol container aside for a moment and relax. We are in a position to dictate some interesting experiences in higher realms, so don't rush through it. Now, if you go back to the 1930s, 1940s, they promoted this very dangerous, stupid idea as a contraceptive. It's very foolish. And I believe in context, if it says put the Lysol container aside, this is prophetic of people saying, I'm not having sex for 4 years. Remember my gay character, Chelsea, said, I think it's going to be about 4 years before I'm going to feel sexy again, sweetie. So that's prophetic of what we're seeing right now. Okay? Researchers such as yourself have every available opportunity, this is Archangel Michael, to uncover deep roots of the tree of mind through diligent application of their practice on an ongoing, sustainable basis. And here I am doing this every week, so that's what they like. Sustained, ongoing, diligent practice. Right here in this show, because they knew we were going to be reading this, we are seeing the products of this contact through the very unusual and informative dream we have just given you. So they're referring, oops, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong thing. That doesn't usually happen, but it did here. So now you can read the slide. Sorry, my eyes do burn from the lights, so I got to put my hand over my head sometimes, but thankfully I caught that one right away. So they say that we have a very unusual and informative dream. And what was the dream about? Again, it was about a storm happening, things being ripped up off the ground in front of these 2 wealthy hotels with ionic pillars and cigar-smoking wealthy men. It's talking about the DS being defeated by the storm. It's incredibly prophetic. Now the dream continues. Now these buildings, these hotels, the DS, were associated with Atlantis, and they do try to trace themselves to that. Visual metaphors of the sinking of Atlantis. Land was definitely moving, and I sense we were surrounded by ocean. So as I say here, The fall of Atlantis is prophetic of the fall of the DS, which has been controlling our Western civilization. The storm was destroying these Greek-styled buildings owned by cigar-smoking rich elites. These again included the 2 expensive hotels. Then in the next section, I found myself in a grocery store, and I got into a huge shouting argument with my grandparents. At times I was floating my way through the store, and I'm thinking that the floating may be prophetic of people floating in their buildings as a result of these hurricanes. But in this case, I was levitating. In the next aisle over, they were complaining about me, my grandparents. They said I would only eat certain foods. My diet was so picky. Now, on a widespread level, with the Make America Healthy Again, we're learning that things like conventional produce has been weaponized. We have RFK Jr. leading us through this. Other main culprits that are very dangerous you should never have would be wheat, oatmeal, dairy, sugar, processed food, and especially fast food. So you really want to be organic as much as possible, non-processed. Stay the hell away from wheat and dairy. Stay the hell away from sugar. Those are the main things you need to avoid. I found if you don't, you're going to suffer. I found dates on a box like breakfast cereal, except that the box, you could see through it. And that's, again, the prophetic of the transparency of the ingredients. I ended up going right over to where they had just been. Dates are a natural, healthy choice for sweets, which you can substitute for sugar, and I still eat them all the time. Everybody is now able to see through the DS's plans, including what they did to the food ingredients. You can see right through the box. Then, check this out. There was a whole bank of garbage in the store. It wasn't even food, it was just papers or something. I don't even know if it was magazines. It was totally useless. And then we know that the supporters were called garbage. This is prophetic of that event. You know, the fact that I saw garbage, and that's what they were calling everybody who was on the right. People who are not eating the weapon system are considered to be garbage by the DS. I had a mistyping of B there. Sorry, I'm working fast. It was like a wholesale store because there were big boxes everywhere, opened and had stuff inside. And I had just gone, right before I unsealed this, I had been at the health food store, and they had boxes everywhere. Just before I unsealed this, I went to the health food store. They had a 3-day late shipment. There were boxes everywhere. So I couldn't believe it. No sooner had I just seen these boxes everywhere in the store, I come back and I unseal this reading, and here are the boxes in the health food store. I mean, wow. And then the reference to garbage, and that had just come out. I couldn't even believe it. Now the reading continues. He winces at the apparent notion of separation or of distancing oneself from true reality. More appropriately, our mission is to revive a connection to the divine that was never really lost in the first place, only misplaced for a short time, namely one earth life. The changes that are occurring astrologically will have a profound impact on this year. And we've already looked and seen that there's some really exciting astrological alignments coming in for 2025. And they know that we're about to go into a new year because of when they did this, that the time loop was for November of 2024. So they're talking about 2025 once again. We suggest that the immediate checking and analysis of these trends be forthcoming, as it will help to forecast and prepare you for the next period of time, which does result in ascension. And this is a very interesting, heavily encoded phrase. So just please bear with me. They use an SAT word, solipsism, which really is another word that means service to self, evil, negativity. So here we go. New power, this is talking about the DS and the new power through, Joe and Barack and everybody else, eradicated one of its proponents. And remember, Joe was taken out of the race in order to define solipsism. And I'll show you that definition. It means materialism and evil. So they are being evil by eradicating one of their proponents in a sense that hadn't been done before. So then I say, okay, I went to dictionary.com. Solipsism is the theory that the self is the only thing that you can know and verify. This is, again, the very evil philosophy. The theory that the self is the only reality, which means you can do whatever you want. Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. That's solipsism. So it says, again, new power eradicated one of its proponents. This is talking about Joe and Kamala, ultimately, in order to define solipsism. So let's read this again. This is my comment. Some proponent, I wrote this back when it first came in. Some proponent of new power would need to be eradicated in order to more clearly define the negative path. The new power likely refers to the Obama-led faction in America. The proponent who was eradicated was first Joe and then Kay in the 2024. So again, new power eradicated one of its proponents in order to define materialism and evil. They had to, it's a very, very fascinating thing. They had to get them out of the way. And, you know, she ended up getting eradicated once we found out how November worked out. So it's deeply, deeply fascinating. But I don't think they didn't want her to lose, believe me. So again, she was eradicated, Joe was eradicated, and the new power also is the Alliance. So that's another layer of this, that the proponents of this evil side have been eradicated. It hadn't been done before. This is a new thing. After you check on that word, which is solipsism, take heed of the notion that the available conflicts surrounding the earth at this time, namely the year 2000 computer collapse, will be quite high. It is indeed the fulfillment of prophecy. Now, because this was 1999, I was very worried about Y2K, the year 2000. It's probably a conscious mind overlay where my mind heard the words a little bit. I've never claimed that all of the readings are perfect. Very seldomly, I would add in some stuff that shouldn't be in there. They complain about this. I've talked about this before. And when I wrote the Michael Prophecies, I took out anything like that I found so that you only get the clean feed. But in this case, I left it in because, again, it was 1999. I thought this was all going to happen a year from then. My mind listened to it a little bit, but it doesn't even really matter because we could still have a computer collapse now. We could still have the loss of social media, the loss of the internet, the loss of power, the emergency broadcast system, temporary military control, special operations are carried out, post number 34, right? So it could refer to upcoming cyber events. And here we are in the time loop. The available conflict, which is nuclear right now, will be quite high. So right after the election, right after new power eradicated one of its proponents to define solipsism, materialism and evil, boom, the available conflict will be quite high. That's what we're in right now. The fulfillment of prophecy. Researchers come and go. We intend for you, David, to be much more than just another commentator. The point here is it is necessary to define an established foundation for these beliefs and get them out to the world in a manner such as you are now doing. So now the dream continues. So let me remind you, the dream started out that I'm in Virginia Beach or something like that. There's this crazy, crazy hurricane type of storm. Things are flying up into the air. There's 2 hotels that look Greek with ionic pillars. There's cigar-smoking elites, these wealthy men symbolizing the DS. And then I ended up inside a health food store, and I'm floating in the health food store, and I'm being criticized and yelled at by my grandparents, who really did kind of play around with the DS, let's say, about my eating habits. And now it's all talking about how we don't like the fact to eat all that healthy food. So all these things symbolize the downfall of the DS that we're seeing right now. And now the dream is going to go on from there. And they said this was a very important dream. The next part took place in a house, the apartment building I was staying in, several phases as I was floating around. Arthur was still involved. And I have a friend named Arthur right now who I talk to regularly. So that was a time loop. It was almost like the halls represented the world and its different cultures. The final phase was talking about Indonesia. And I think this is just symbolic of countries that are not fully Western but need to be given a chance. Then there was a faint silhouette of a woman who was playing these flutes. This is like an ascended being. And the flutes looked like a spiral galaxy. So she had this flute in her hands, but it actually looked like she was playing the galaxy. It was an energetic phenomenon. This flute was something very weird. She was an ascended being, and she would blow into this galactic flute, and then these incredible things would happen. So it looked like a spiral galaxy. There was maybe 5 or 6 flutes coming out of a central hub. They all curved the same way. It was talking about how Indonesia, which represents everybody under the boot heel of the DS, and all of us, really, it symbolizes all of us. We have to reclaim what we've lost and reclaim the economic destruction, rebuild our economy. That is going to be happening. And as I was unsealing this again, I saw it in 2013 temporarily on March the 30th, and it was right after I had just bought a set of 14 flutes from India. So I was blown away when that happened. The next thing you know, I had 2 of these flutes in my hand. I myself was going around with someone else trying to play a song on these galactic flutes. When I did that, it would manifest food. So the galactic flute manifesting food is a prophecy of our light body activation. So we have the fall of Atlantis, the fall of the weird buildings that have ionic pillars, the fall of the cigar-smoking fat men, and then all of a sudden I've got these Ascension flutes, and when I play them, this food, like Jesus did, feeding the 5,000 people, the food just manifested. What an incredible dream, huh? Almost immediately afterwards, after I played the flute and manifested food, and some of, food also has a negative context. If you look through the Michael prophecies, they use the metaphor of food to represent the inoculations. Something that you don't want to eat, something that you shouldn't have taken. It's dangerous for you, just like certain foods are dangerous for you. They talked about that in the dream. I only wanted to eat certain kinds of foods. So then we have, oh, look at that. Think about what happened 4 years ago. An incredible plague, in this case of flies, but that's only symbolic, appeared. So I played the flute, this plague appeared. I was shown just how massive the plague was. We were going around trying to kill all these flies, but we knew it was useless. So this is prophetic of what happened back in 20. The positive ETs, as they say in Michael prophecies, needed to allow this whole thing in 2020 to occur to keep us on the non-catastrophic ascension timeline. Yes, people died. Yes, it was bad. Yes, it's scary. But that allowed us to avoid pole shift, where everybody on Earth would die unless they were rescued by angelic ETs. So isn't it interesting that I played the flute, and this is all part of the ascension. The plague is part of the ascension. It's part of the karmic burn that we had to go through on a planetary level to navigate the karmic burn. There's my title. Navigating the karmic burn through this incredible plague. And I'm playing the galactic flute. So let's review the earlier sentence. They said this was a very unusual and informative dream. Isn't that the truth? Researchers such as yourself can tap the deep roots of the tree of mind, applying the practice on an ongoing basis. Right here we are seeing the contacts, the products of this contact through this very unusual and informative dream. So there you have it. That's the whole dream. And I want to read you one more thing, and then I'm going to take my bathroom break, because this really, really sets the point home like nothing else ever could. So we've been reading January 13th, 1999, over the course of, I think, 3 weeks now, maybe 4. And I keep stopping at certain points because this reading was so long, I just couldn't get the whole thing out in one show. But this is the day after I had that dream, and it says new power eradicated one of its proponents in order to define solipsism. It's talking about the loss of Joe, and then she lost the election. Wow, okay. January 13th, we're going to pick up where we left off. We have already made our point, and now would ask that you consider the following. The more important your idea of self becomes, the farther away you get from the goal. Diminishing your self-importance is indeed another very big step in the direction of attainment of true freedom and liberty. And if you watched my other shows, you remember I decided to stop at that point. That was on November 1st. And I got loud cracks on the wall telling me, yep, now's when you should stop. Now we're going to keep going. This ego that you have caressed and gently molded into place is largely comprised of usable gadgetry, and we're going to talk about that term in the Law of One in just a second, that is rooted in the notion of essence or of feeling. You are very physical-centered, and yet there is nothing tangible or physical about this identity. True, you can store knowledge of a tangible physical nature, but your ego presence is indeed quite fleeting. So, it says the ego is comprised of usable gadgetry. Now, what does that actually mean in the Law of One? Well, it actually refers to alien technology that's been reverse engineered and then weaponized to do what? To kill people. Yes, I'm going to read you this right now. So, what they're saying is that there is usable gadgetry involved, maybe in, certain things that people ingested, certain frequencies that are being used on us that are making us more egotistical. They're using this usable gadgetry, this alien technology, to try to make you into a narcissistic egomaniac. So your ego is quite fleeting, and they're trying to mold it with usable gadgetry. So let's read from the Law of One on that. It's session 11, question 21. What type of information is passed on from the negative reptilian Orion Crusaders to the people of Earth? That's the question. The Orion group, the negative group, it's in the constellation Orion. There's a lot of reptilians out there, especially Rigel, passes on information concerning the Law of One in the orientation of service to self. The information can become technical, just as some in the positive confederation, in attempts to aid your planet in service to others, have provided what you would call technical information. The technology provided by the negative group is in the form of various means of control or manipulation of others to serve the self, which means you become more egotistical. Question, do you mean then that some scientists receive technical information telepathically that comes out as usable gadgetry? That's the word they used in my reading. Same word. So now we know what that means. Reverse engineered alien technology. He says that is correct. And again, Ra is Archangel Michael just in the past. He changed his name so that he protected the law of confusion, free will. However, very positively, as you would call this distortion, oriented so-called scientists like Einstein received information, and Tesla, intended by the ETs to unlock peaceful means of progress. Tesla technology, Einstein space-time. And this redounded under the last echoes of potential destruction due to the further reception of other scientists who had a negative orientation, thus making nuclear weapons. Tesla and Einstein technology, which came from positive ETs, communicating with them telepathically, trying to unlock peaceful means of progress for us, then got hijacked by negative scientists that redounded into the last echoes of potential destruction, which is the nuking of the planet. And now we're back to Michael's reading from January 13th. So again, the usable gadgetry is what's manipulating our ego to make us more egotistical. And there's a whole lot more we could do with that I can't really do on this platform. But you get what I'm saying, right? What are they really doing? What are they really giving you? And does it make you more egotistical? Does it break your brain down? Does it make you more narcissistic? It might. Wink, wink. How many times have you molded yourself after the patterns of another who inspired you? Did you really think this stopped happening at a certain age? And I say here, this is prophetic of how people molded themselves after the patterns of the one who was running and the others behind her. This did not stop happening at a certain age. So again, this is amazingly prophetic. We are all, those on the left, were molding themselves after the patterns of someone who inspired them like children, and it didn't stop happening at a certain age. People have gotten very, very involved in defending this group, and it was only when they tried to start World War III. Finally, my dad's like, I'm not watching TV anymore, and now I'm starting to think these people are evil. They definitely are. Something is really wrong here. But everybody on the left was molding themselves after the patterns of someone who inspired them, and it didn't stop at a certain age. And again, this is a 25-year time loop, talking about the present. Indeed, David's mind and others like him and like you have stored various events throughout each day, and these events are then used by us in these readings and in the dreams. So in this matter, we mold the data that David produces based on the stimuli that he receives. This is an aspect of how you are created every moment by your experiences. Just keep in mind that the ego you have created while possessing tangible knowledge, concrete facts and evidence pertaining to the perspicacity, there's a word, of the Newtonian universe, so too is there a deeper part of you that knows that all of this is but a fog that obstructs the clear mists of the mind. Another reference to the storm, the fog that obstructs the clearness, the clarity. Another reference to the storm, just like we saw in the dream. The fall of Atlantis, the fall of the DS. So inhale deeply through the nostrils. Let me do that right now. And exhale through the mouth. Allow all labels that you have given yourself to be peeled up, to be peeled off, rolled up into a ball, and thrown into the wastebasket. So there again is the prophetic reference to the infamous attack on supporters, calling them garbage. And if you went voting, you would put a label on you that said, hey, I voted, right? So think about that, and now let's read it again. Allow all the labels that you have given yourself to be peeled off, rolled up into a ball, and thrown in the wastebasket. In other words, whatever you thought you were voting for might not have been what you thought. No matter how old you are, you might model yourself after people you were inspired by. And remember, it's the new power that's trying to define solipsism by eradicating one of their own proponents. They had to take him out of the race. They stuck her in there. And then the new power is also the alliance, and she totally lost. So it's prophetic of that as well. This is incredible. This is totally about voting, and it totally references the garbage comment. Do you really, I mean, who could possibly deny that this is a time loop? I've got the tape, 25 years old, right there. I've got all these hard drives that show when I did this, transcripts that were posted on my website. Actually, these weren't, because these are newly unsealed as of 2006. And then I didn't really read them until just in, I guess, October, November is when I really started to go through this stuff. So we got the garbage, we got the voting labels. It's incredible. 25-year time loop. Thrown into the wastebasket so that the energy they have produced might then be recycled, another reference to garbage, allowing you to progress more than you had heretofore imagined possible. So you're recycling your ego, you're becoming a new person. This is the ascension. You do not need to label yourself based on the expectations or wishes of others, but this is what everybody did, especially on the left. We are labeling ourselves based upon what this group and their, puppet leaders are telling you that they want, what they expect of you, what they wish for you. They're saying you do not need to label yourself, and you certainly don't need to think that you're garbage, which is what they tried to say we are. So again, everybody gets a sticker label after they vote. They're talking about throwing that in the garbage. Don't label yourself based upon what they want you to be. Rather, seek to be your own person. Seek to find the wellspring of knowledge within you and then fill the cups of many others. Your own private reactions to certain people and certain events might often impede the God force from saying and doing the things that would be the most right for you. So what they're talking about, certain people would be people running. Certain events would be events in November. If you're on the left, your private reactions, if you fell into this propaganda, the God force might be blocked from saying and doing the things that would be the most right for you. You have been deceived. This reading is so incredible. The time loop is so incredible. This is 25 years old. And they're talking to people on the left and they're saying, you got attached to people, you voted for them, and this has impeded the God force from helping you do the right thing, actually. And now people like my dad are starting to see that. And then this is talking about something that actually happened. We are reminded of a case involving David where he was witness to a riot of sorts that occurred in his college town of New Paltz. This is true. This did happen. This event involved a group of black men, most likely from New York City, going up against a group of white Caucasian fraternity boys. At the main intersection of town, that's where it was, right around some bars, a great battle ensued, a battle that stopped traffic. So, before we go on, this really did happen. It was after I'd graduated college, and I had just moved back, and I was staying in my friend's house that was right down the street from this particular intersection, which was like Route 32 and Main Street, I think, is the intersection. There was a large number of people out partying that night. There was at least a crowd of 500, maybe 700 people. And I lived right down the street. I walked into this. I was just walking around, checking out the neighborhood. And I'd been sober for years at this point. It was, I guess the year would have been 1995. And I walk into the middle of town, the intersection of Main and 32, and I watched this crazy race riot happen right in front of my face. Fraternity boys started fighting these black guys, and then the fight broke up, and then one of the white guys started laughing at the black kid because one of the black kids had his nose bleeding, and ha ha ha, I got you, man, I got you. And then the black guys started running. They all turned around. The fight was over. I mean, there's a huge 100-foot wide area in the street had cleared out as this fight was happening. It was freaking terrifying because people could have been carrying guns. You could have gotten shot. There was real violence exploding in the streets between whites and blacks. It was absolutely terrifying. Then the fraternity boys, after the fight was over, one of them heckled the black guy, and then all the black guys came running back with their fists up. They all seemed to know what they were doing. They ran towards the white guys. The white guys were paralyzed in fear, and each one of them got punched in the nose. Each white guy got punched in the nose by the black guys, and they took it. They took it, and they just fell down, and then the black guys all ran off, and the cops came, and all the white guys got arrested. Okay, that really did happen. I saw this. It would have been around, I would say, August of 1995 is when this happened. So that was apparently a real-life synchronicity, a symbolic event of the race tensions that we have now, of the violence that we're seeing now, the missile exchanges going on, the war between the DS and the people. And so in this case, I believe that the white boys actually symbolize the DS, the frat guys, because remember, frat's like a cult, and it's all secret what they do in there. They don't talk about it. Whereas the black guys symbolize not only black people, but everybody on Earth, the general public. So then Michael says there were no guns or knives involved, but there was a great deal of fighting. This is all describing what really happened. After the battle had completed, one member of the fraternity noticed one of the men on the other side was hurt. One of the black guys was bleeding out of his mouth. I watched this happen. He knelt down and blood poured from his mouth. In that moment, the man called out, "Ha ha, you see, I got you, man, you're bleeding." And I knew, as soon as the guy did that, I'm like, oh my God, why did you do that? And so this is symbolic of the DS laughing about how they've hurt the public, mocking us, calling us garbage, as the reading just said. Ha ha, I got you. But then all the black guys turned around, had their fist up in the air, and they punched them all in the nose. Filled with pride and self-conviction, he tried to regain face around the people who knew him so he could regain his stature in his frat community, or the perceived stature he thought he had, which was illusory at best. Slighted by this comment, all of the African-American men ran back over the battlefield and systematically punched each fraternity boy who had been involved in the fight directly in the nose. So this was another time loop, folks, because David Nino Rodriguez, who I've appeared on his show now a few times, he actually said in the Patriot Roundtable, he used the phrase, the deep state got punched in the nose. You can see that right here. Okay, so I don't know if that's the exact moment when he said it. This is where he was waving an American flag. But anyway, he used that expression that what happened in November, the landslide was so unexpected, it was the equivalent of getting punched in the nose. Here's a guy I'm appearing with. He uses that metaphor, and then 25 years ago, the time loop is talking about the frat boys being punched in the nose. So that clearly symbolizes the DS and how they're losing. It's fascinating. The fraternity boys did not seem to believe they were actually going to be hit squarely in the nose, as this was such a damaging attack, and yet they stood and did nothing as it happened. And again, this is prophetic of their stunning defeat in November, and now you could also say it's prophetic of the ICBM that was a dud. In other words, nobody thought that he would go that far, that he'd actually fire one off and scare the hell out of everybody, and nothing has happened since he did that. It's like, wow. So I just put that in this morning. This does indeed represent how the ego can oftentimes play bitter games and taunt the dark forces inside the self that have been stored. Understand here we are combining physical observation with metaphor, and in no means wish to identify African American people as a dark force. They're just speaking in terms of metaphor now. And in fact, the dark forces are the white fraternity boys, right? That's what they're really saying. What is more appropriate to say is that with one of a particular race, those of other races are used in a metaphorical way to express other concepts. And thus, in the mind of a Caucasian person, an African American or other with similar skin pigment is used to represent the other. And remember, in my dream, the Asian lady represented human ETs. So that could be positive, like the human ETs, or it could be negative. The positive aspects represent hidden parts of the spirit, and the negative aspects represent the dark side of the self. And thus, if we were able to use this race riot and combine it into a dream, make it symbolic, we would indeed see that it is the pride that destroys peace. And what have they been all about in the DS? Pride, pride, pride. That's another time loop, right? And they're destroying our peace. It is taunting this aspect of the self that then brings it back for the greatest damage. And this is when the black guys punched all the white kids, frat boys, in the nose. Just like Nino said, they got punched in the nose. The original point we sought to make is thus. In the aftermath of this event, some fraternity brothers were punched and left immediately, whereas others were attacked for longer periods of time. And this is again talking about the DS. Some people are being pulled out, but other people hang in there and they keep on going. The battle again continued. David at that point saw one of the men who had been knocked down from a punch in the nose, and he was lying in the street. He clearly needed help. David was surrounded by others who had been drinking, going to the bars, wrapped up in their private universe of getting together, finding women or men, smoking marijuana, drinking, etc. David, on the other hand, had just been through college graduation, this was 95, and a series of difficult experiences that indeed helped greatly to strip away his ego layer by layer. Thus, when he saw this man lying in the street bleeding, David had the only reaction he could possibly have had. He ran out, picked him up, and brought him back to the side. I have to say, this really did happen. I was the only person in this entire race riot. I was the only person who actually had the guts to walk right out in the middle of the whole thing and grab this guy and drag him away. He'd been punched in the nose. He's bleeding all over his face. I dragged him off to the side. I had a black guy ran right next to me. I looked him in the eye. He looked me in the eye, and he respected me. He had no fear. I had no fear. He didn't try to stab me. He didn't try to shoot me. He respected that I was dragging the victims off. It made it more cinematic. And out of 700 people, I'm the only person that was brave enough to go out there and intervene and drag away one of the victims. So that was really intense. And I don't know what the hell was going on. I just felt this surge of confidence and power. And I'm like, I'm going to save this guy so nobody kills him. Maybe I'll get killed if I do this, but I just acted on instinct and I did it. It was incredible. So I picked him up, brought him back to the side. Those around him who were of the attacking contingent, this is people around me, did not bother him, did not bother me. They did not hit me or call me any names in any way. They simply allowed me to do what I was doing as the battling continued. This is a very interesting point. It illustrates several different things symbolically. One would be that David himself was stripped of ego enough in this situation to act instantaneously and without thought in a matter that was consonant with what the God force within him had desired for him to express. Point number two was that there is a further notion of the fact that when you have your own higher force unblocked enough to go back and retrieve a specific fragment of your personality as a whole, the dark forces surrounding you will not intervene in the saving of that particular part. And again, this is metaphorical dark forces, which is really the frat boys. So the negative will not be able to stop you from healing. Once you find a part of yourself that needs to heal, that's yours. That healing is yours. The negative can't take that away from you. The ascension cannot be stopped. That's what they're saying here. It is their job to work in the shadows. This is the negative, the deep state now. To work on the sidelines in order that the greatest fear is then instilled. When you identify one specific aspect of your past and focus on it, bringing it to the fore, you will then find quite inevitably that you can indeed retrieve it and take it off of the battlefield, so to speak. And then this morning, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is prophetic again of the dud ICBM attack. That you can take it off the battlefield. It didn't explode. Everything was safe. Wow. And that's where this is all heading up to. So everything was time looped. What is the end of the nature of this fight, you might then ask? Well, we're at this point now. We're at the end of the battle with the DS. Simply this. In the distance, as the battle continued, the sirens of the police sounded. The men involved in said skirmish all ran in different directions in the same general area. This is the black guys. They dispersed long before the police actually arrived. So it's the frat boys, it's representative of the deep state. They're all on the ground bleeding. Everybody got punched in the nose. And so again, the police symbolize the alliance. Wow, that makes sense. Those who had made the insulting catcalls, the frat boys in the first place, suffered dire consequences. They were lying in the street bleeding, easily observable by their injuries. This is what's happening right now. They are really on the ropes. They have been punched in the nose. And thus, they all ended up becoming arrested and taken off by the police for their disobedience and public drunkenness. Holy smokes. That's what the prophecy is. That's what we're expecting is going to happen with this fraternity on a global level. And we just had the fall of Atlantis, the Ionic Pillars, and these guys that were in these fancy hotels, and they were all being defeated. And then we had the playing of the flute that's either manifesting food or it was causing this plague to happen, which again created the non-catastrophic ascension. Understand that the police force in the dreams is most commonly referring to a higher aspect, which must then use karma to navigate the karmic burn, title of our show today, must then use karma as a balancing means. You might think of it as a punishment, and yet it is only used in such a manner to return the planet to balance or equilibrium. By the time the karma comes to you, the dark forces have long since left. The karma is a loving force that puts you back into balance. It renders you balanced yet again. The dark force waits until you are not experiencing any immediate karma, and it is in those moments where fear creeps in. And that's what everybody's going through right now. A lot of people are like, I don't know. Are we going to be okay? What if this happens? What if that happens? Look at his cabinet appointments. It is this fear that creates the problems in the first place and not the other way around. That's a very valid point. Your fear creates reality, so you don't want to experience that. You want to go into trust if it's at all possible. And they're helping you by showing you this time loop. Keep all these facts in mind. Understand and remember who you really are. You are a being of light, a being of spirit and love. Do not forget your time and your progress with us as in the coming months. Woo! All right, the inauguration, January, and then whatever unfolds from there over the course of the next few months, they know that they're talking to us in November 2024. They know I was going to be doing this show. The time loops are so intricate. The boxes were being there at the health food store. I come back, and in the dream, I'm in a health food store with boxes. It's got the garbage reference. It's incredibly, incredibly intricate. So in the coming months, which is talking about our own future, there will be a great deal that is revealed to you. Do not stand at the sidelines like everybody else in the crowd did in this race riot I was in, as these wars within the self continue. Find those parts of your personality that have dropped to the ground in pain, and be the one in the crowd of hundreds who is actually willing to run out there, grab it, retrieve it, and bring it back. And so there again is my time-looped prophecy of spraining my ankle, and we've read this particular one in 3 other shows so far? Now you get the full context of where that prophetic dream, where this reading really went. I only read you this part, and I've had to read this reading over the course of weeks. Your dreams will show you how the present circumstances surrounding you have allowed a certain aspect of the war within the self to drop to the ground and await retrieval. Well, yeah, this is prophetic of Putin's ICBM missile duds dropping to the ground, just like my ankle injury, dropping to the ground, right, and not going off. And again, it's prophetic of my chiropractic ankle injury, which actually healed all the bones in my foot, realigned my whole foot, and now it's totally fine. Nothing appears to have happened, but it was very scary when it did. I had bruises and soreness for a while. So this is really incredible. It actually talks about the missile event, and I've been reading this in previous weeks and didn't know that it was going to lead up to this because I didn't know the missile thing was going to happen, not consciously. It is based on the issues that occur in your life at that present time. Whatever your focus might be, there are always opportunities to trace back that present realm of focus to other foci, not necessarily apparent at first. And thus, it is through this system that you then understand the divine plan. Remember, the alliances thing is called the plan for all humankind. As I do these things, so shall ye do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father. And that, of course, is John 14:12. That's talking about the ascension. We will have the ability to do these things that Jesus did, the miracles. As Jesus does these things, so shall you do them, and even greater things because of the logoic Father, the consciousness Father, Mother, God of the universe. Many entities on your plane might perceive this contact with us as being miraculous or exemplary or otherwise worthy of nobility or worship. We see a lot of that. That is absolutely true. None of these things, indeed, are any more than the products of your ego. I'm just another bozo on the bus, speaking as David now. I'm just another bozo on the bus. But I figured some things out and I'm sharing them with you. The truth of the matter is much simpler, and that is that we have instilled within you, the reader of these readings, a sense of the notion of the impossible. Look at this. Namely, the aerospace centers within self have interstellar travelers capable of opening up communications between dimensions. And here we are getting ready to open up an aerospace center, probably several of them, different manufacturing centers. And again, throughout all 7 of the Michael books, they're talking about Stavati Aerospace. They're talking about all this stuff that I'm doing. And here it is again. The aerospace centers have interstellar travelers. All of us have access to angelic beings telepathically if you practice the right remote viewing protocols and you get your ego out of the way and you don't listen to it and you just speak the words without any analysis and without any emotion. And you got to be in a loving Christ consciousness when you do it, or you can get negative greeting. So all that stuff is explained in the Michael Prophecies. It is only necessary for you to strip away the layers of the self that cling to your human level and seek to continue to re-identify and remold your entire personality structure. Don't feel compelled to go around tooting your own horn, as it were, and become complacent with the worn-out dietary habits you had in the past. Instead, seek to renew and revivify your body first, and then the personality. Honestly, if you eat the crappy food, you're like, well, I don't really care. I'm going to eat burgers, and I'm going to go to McDonald's, and I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to screw all those guidelines. I'm going to eat wheat, I'm going to eat sugar, I'm going to eat oatmeal, I'm going to eat whatever. Okay, well, you're going to cut off your ability to be psychic. So until you go on that diet, you don't really know how much more access you will have to higher consciousness, but it's a very, very real thing. I just want to point that out. As you do this work on yourself on a multilateral level, so too will you continue to function in higher and higher realms of awareness. The summation of all of these concerns is the cessation of the desire for the material world and the increased desire for the world of the spirit. Concomitant with this increase of desire for the world of the spirit will come the recognization or recognition of the fact that it is those others around you, other selves, who represent that world most concretely. In other words, everybody around us is a projection of who we are. They represent your own identity, for all is one. So we're all in this together. Therefore, your thirst for God should be made complete with the capstone of the earnest desire of service to others. And of course, this is a pyramid metaphor, and apparently Ra built the pyramid, Ra, Archangel Michael. We've said in many, many other shows, the pyramid is actually a Christian monument. I'm not going to go through all that again. But you got to go back and watch if you don't know what I'm talking about. We cannot possibly stress the law of one enough, as it is indeed the fundamental machinery that causes the universe to function. While some UFO researchers may claim these messages are evangelical in nature, they fail to understand the full import of the higher intelligence that is speaking. We know and understand that the time draws nigh when all these things will be put to the test, when each one of you will weigh the soul. This is obviously the Ascension, and it's coming up apparently next year. 2025 is the first wave. Use the time that you have now to take away the restrictions that hold you back from true unity with the source self of all beingness. And whoa, we will stand beside you as you do this, guiding and eagerly awaiting you. Isn't that something? They're always around you, and that's happening right now. There's beings around you in the room right now. They always are there. You just have to learn to perceive them. When the Ascension vortex opens, this is so exciting. I mean, literally, dude, all the hair on my arms is standing up right now because I can't wait for this. I don't want to keep talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do the Ascension. When the Ascension vortex opens, you may very well transcend the physical body and leave behind the plane of matter, so as to come to those beautiful realms that are your birthright. The joy you will experience is so fantastic that in some ways, Your physical existence will seem a long, terrible moment by comparison. Do not fear this transition. Merely understand that as long as you continue to reign on the earth, you will not be able to reign in heaven. Isn't that interesting? So as the reign of humanity is jostled, as the structures collapse, and this is talking about that dream I had with buildings collapsing, the fall of Atlantis, fall of the DS, and the reign, of course, talks about their reign of being in the U.S. presidency, and they've been jostled, right? The whole thing got knocked over. There was a landslide. Structures collapsed in the landslide. Earth changes continue to occur in various scenarios. Realize that a newer foundation is being built, a stairway to heaven that once climbed will allow you yourself to become an angel. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, it literally, I'm fighting back tears because I know what this means. I know the time loop is real. It's like, man, this is not a joke. I'm not just bloviating on the internet. I'm not just a podcaster. Oh, yeah, conspiracy theory. Oh, yeah, he's fluffing stuff, metaphysical, mumbo jumbo, snake oil salesman. No, this is real. And those who can hear it, those who have ears to hear, we really are going to be going through this. There really is going to be an ascension. I absolutely believe this. And they're bending the rules to give you this time loop to make you have more faith. This is intended to build your faith, to let you know that this is going to happen to you. It's really incredible. We thank you for taking the time to participate in this communion of spirit and consciousness. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And so that concludes our time loop for this week. And that brings us up to our latest magical posts. But first, before we do that, let me cut to the wide here. I am going to take a very well needed and deserved pee break. And so I've got to find the right slideshow to give you guys. So we can do that one. Let's see, how long are each of these? Okay. I think what we're going to do, we saw the satisfied turkeys already. So, okay. I'm going to try to make this fast. It's probably going to run a couple of times, but let's start with this one. You guys didn't see this one before, so this is a short video. It's probably going to run twice, so please bear with me. But what was fascinating was I had 17 turkeys outside. I had deer, and the deer were out in the open, and there was one deer, and he walked right up to me. I'm feeding the turkeys. I'm talking to the turkeys. This deer walks right up to me like a little child. He comes within 6 feet. I couldn't frickin' believe it. I'm like, I got to go get the camera. Nobody's going to believe me unless I film this. He had 2 antlers on each side. You'll see that in the video. Okay? So I go out there, and there he is. And then when I start filming him, he runs off. But before that, he ran right up to me. So this is 1 minute and 48 seconds long. It'll probably loop a couple of times, but that's okay. I wanted to give you something fun to watch, more than just my empty seat while I go and take a bathroom break. So I'm going to do that now. Love and Light Moosey Girl. And then when I come back, I'm going to play you the moose video. So we're going to do that. I'll stop the one that's already running, and then I'll immediately launch into the moose video. So this gives me a chance to quickly run off to the bathroom and not lose too much production value. We're at the 3-hour mark. We're going to launch right into the Ezra stuff. This is going to be incredible. So hang in there, folks. I'm going to mute my microphone, and then I'm going to turn it back on so you can hear the audio in the recording. So, in fact, I'll get everything ready right now, make it nice and quick. All right. I just got to run upstairs really fast. I'm going to touch up my makeup, and we're going to be back in just a second. So here we go. I'm going to roll the video in just a second. Guys, I got a gorgeous, beautiful deer who showed up with the turkeys, and he feels safe. He wants to be here.
Oh my God. This is unbelievable. Let's try to be very quiet and see if he won't go away. Everybody. Turkeys, look. Look, turkeys. Oh, you don't have to leave, man. Look at my turkeys, look at my deer. I'm proud of you guys. Yeah, I'm proud of you guys. It's okay. You don't have to be scared. Nothing bad's gonna happen, okay? You're just loved here, that's all it is. You're just loved here. Turkeys and deer can work together and they can feel safe, can't they? Sometimes they can. It's okay. Yeah, he's terrified. Sorry, turkeys. I don't want you to lose your big protector. But you have me. This guy he's not actually all that scared. He's hanging around eating some leaves. He's waiting for me to get in the car. I gotta go to my massage now. Tuk, 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 turkeys. I think they're probably gonna need one more cup if they want to get all their food now. So I gotta delay my departure just a hair, but we'll go get them one more. Holy crap, you guys. I got a gorgeous, beautiful deer who showed up with the turkeys. And he feels safe. He wants to be here. Oh my God.
Now I'm going to go pee.
This is unbelievable.
We're going to cut to the next one. This is what you saw last week when the moose first showed up. And then we're going to show you the new moose video as soon as I get back.
We love you, Moose. Yeah, you're my friend. I've seen you so many times and you've never been mean to me. You've been good to Daddy. You want to come here and talk to me? Hi, Moosey. Oops. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't seem scared at all. We've been around each other for 4 years now, so you're not scared. No, you're not scared. I can see you. I can see you, Moosey. You want some food? Would that help you? I could throw out an apple for you. Yeah. You want an apple? Let's give him an apple. Let's give him one of these. Hi, Moosey. Look. Look. You want this? You want this? Oh, it's okay. Look, it's for you. It's for you.
It was so cool how the apple rolled just the right way.
You want another
right in
one?
front of him. I didn't plan that. It just
kind of screwed that up. I'll give you another one. Oh, man. Hey, Moose. Hey. Look. Look at what I got.
There he is.
Hey, look, buddy.
Woods. She is.
That's for you.
Both of those apples went missing later on, so she did eat them.
We'll feed the moose. Hi, Moosey.
All right, so now we're going to go to the one that just happened.
Yay, Daddy's got 17 Trump turkeys.
Well, we saw this
These
one
are
already.
officially now Trump turkeys. Because there's
is-
17 of them. I counted it.
The day after the election. We already saw that video.
All right, well, when you get to be a turkey lover like me.
This is the one I wanted to show you. So the context here is that I had come back from one of my massage sessions, and the guy who was working on my porch and building the porch was right there, and there's this moose, the same female that I'd fed the apples to, was right there, and she was just hanging out, and he's working and he's listening to the radio. I forget exactly who he was listening to. It might have been Alex Jones or something, but apparently she liked Alex Jones. And she was just standing right next to the porch, and I come home and I see this, and I said, man, I got to go get the camera. This is too amazing. So here we go. This is what happened. I fed her yet another apple, and she didn't really get too scared. I was able to get pretty close. Typically, do not try this at home. Moose are very dangerous. It's the most deadly animal in the forest. But I felt at this point like I developed enough trust with the moose over 3.5 years that she knew who I am. She's not afraid of me. I mean, she's standing right in front of us. It's like, okay, well. So here's where I fed the moose, and I filmed it. This is so awesome. Check it out.
Well, everybody, we got a loose moose. So we're going to spice up the deal, make it fun to be here. Look, you see this? You see this? Oh, there's another one down there. Here.
You can't really see it, but it's there. She knows what those are. Both of them disappeared. She got a little bit scared again, a little bit
No
jumpy.
worries, buddy. Those apples are for you. You see that? Yeah, those apples are for you. And I was like, it's getting too close. Sorry.
So that's where it stopped. So now I'm gonna we'll go back and we'll run the Thanksgiving turkey show while I put my microphone back on. I'm gonna cut the audio, but here we go.
Yay, Daddy's got 17 Trump turkeys. These are turkeys. They've had 3 rounds of food. They do fight a little bit because 17 of them. Normal group is 12, so there's 5 more. Hey. Stop. Just eat your food. There's enough for everybody. I'm just going to keep throwing it out until you're all fat and walking off like you're overindulged. This poor little guy got in a fight with somebody, probably. It's okay. Everybody gets to eat this food. It's for everybody.
You can
Look.
You can hear them chirping.
Look at my turkeys. Woo, 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 woo.
Sometimes they do call and response
They're
with
great,
me.
aren't they? They've become very good friends of Daddy.
All right, I'm back. So let's get back into the show now. Thank you guys for indulging me. It was great to have a bathroom break. Really, really great. Very much a useful thing to do. So, don't you love the turkeys? Don't you love the moose? I mean, it's a real perk of living here. Unfortunately, all my turkeys have gone into hibernation now. So I don't have any new videos anymore that I can film because they've all disappeared for like about 5 days. But now we got to get into the final part of our show, where we are going to talk about the Alliance's latest posts. And this is the name that they use on X. And this is going to chart for us how they're explaining where things are going. So again, another useful feature to remember is almost all of these posts this week have videos, and then the number of seconds of the video corresponds to one of the posts that they made with this lovely letter back in 2017. So there's a surface message and there's a hidden message from the posts. And we're going to do both on every single slide. This is a lot of stuff. I only have about an hour left, so we got to go pretty quick. The first one we're going to see is Cynthia, who blasted them back in whatever that year was. That was 2005. She was I was very excited about her back in the day. The history of failed audits is nothing new, but in 2005, this former Congresswoman Cynthia took it a step further. At a House hearing, she boldly questioned the defense secretary about various subsidiaries and their ties to certain criminal activity, missing trillions of dollars, and war games. And then she says, how sassy is this to make this statement in Congress? Wow, what a mouth. I love it. Mr. Secretary, is it the policy of the U.S. government to reward companies that engage in certain crimes? Apparently, that's what she was getting at. Finally, after the last hearing, I thought my office was promised a written response to my question regarding the 4 war games that had been taking place on a particular date. I have not yet received that response. Well, if they did, then the whole thing would blow open. And nobody wanted that to happen. Okay, so now we have 8 minutes, 18 seconds. That's 558. And it says, timing is everything, State of the Union. So, whoa. This would imply, State of the Union is going to be a big moment when a lot of stuff is going to come out. And usually it seems to be in March. Let's take a look at that. I looked it up. It says the last one was on March 7th, 2024. So that would be only a month and a half after the inauguration. But check this out. On January 6th, House Speaker Mike Johnson formally invited Joe to address a joint session of Congress 2 days after Super Tuesday. So that might be another date worth looking at as well. It could be as early as that. That all these things about stuff that they don't want you to know, war games, etc., illicit trillions of dollars, etc., all that could come out. But they very much deliberately flagged the State of the Union. If you know from previous weeks I've done this show, these codes are not accidental. So that's very, very cool. Then we see Tennessee is exposing national activities. And I guess I needed 2 S's in there. Sorry, I misspelled the word. I just realized that. Their Bureau of Investigation is raising the alarm about a massive operation sweeping through major cities in their state, orchestrated by certain gangs. The director warns of a dangerous infiltration, the gang reportedly prepared to go to war to dominate the drug trade. This threat, they emphasize, is not confined to this one state. This criminal network has been identified nationwide, and he's been outspoken about the need for a military operation to protect us from these violent people. Okay, and then we got 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That's 140. And this is one we've read many, many, many times, so I don't really want to do the whole thing again because it's so much. But again, the inner TRI families will collapse. And then they're talking about the strings being cut in Saudi Arabia, the keystone, the nation that has influence. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subset of brokers. And then we go down here. What if China, blank, and others are coordinating to eliminate this group? That's what we just read at the beginning. It's really happening. We got some donations coming in. 7 geometric thought forms, $5. Thank you. Craft75, too funny watching your video. We hear you speak, and then there's live David voiceover commenting. Haha. David Wilcock squared. Thanks for all the hard work. Love you, man. Love and light. Let's ascend all together. Thank you. That's awesome. I appreciate it. We're still rocking 5,700 people, even though everybody in Europe at some point has to crash, and the animal video is the chance for them to do that. But let's keep going. It says the world is fighting back Operations are active and joint missions are underway. So this is all happening now. We got Tarotina. She says Burchett for UFO full disclosure is from Tennessee. Ah, okay. So that's part of it too. Thank you. Then we see the commission. They're going to do a commission to investigate the withdrawal. It says his team is assembling a list of current and former officers as part of plans to launch a commission investigating the chaotic 2021 withdrawal. The inquiry aims to uncover who was involved in this decision. We got UFO Mark II, thank you. Phil Kasubris, thank you. Uncovering who was involved in the decision-making, how it was executed, and whether top military leaders could face charges as severe as treason, which may potentially be punishable by execution. Not necessarily. 55 seconds brings us to this one, which is, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. Just like my prophetic dreams are saying. It's the second post they made. You can't make this stuff up. It's incredible. Then we see the director of the Center for Disease Control is worried that, oh no, if this guy's in there, he might not allow all these wonderful things that we want to do to move forward. Unbelievable. His name is Dr. Richard. He's sounding the alarm, expressing that this influence might lead to some children attending school without, oh my God. Yeah, I feel so bad if that were to happen. Oh my God, could you imagine? He warned of the potential resurgence of diseases like measles. Media outlets criticized his stance on things like autism and said this was dangerous and irresponsible. Who do we agree with here? Well, you know what I think. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. This guy, like, come on, man. Everybody's hip to this. You can't lie to people. Nobody's watching your networks anymore. Give us a frickin' break. You lost, okay? You lost the election. Post 132 says, is anything in this image wrong? And they say confirmed it is correct. So again, he's building a map of the different posts here, and they're telling us that we're on the right track. We've got it. We're correct. So that's pretty cool. Then he also wants to get rid of the most dangerous thing of all, high fructose corn syrup, to mandate Coca-Cola to put cane sugar in there instead, shedding light on a hidden health issue. The primary sweetener not only differs from traditional sugar, but it also causes the calories to exceed what you see on the label. A single can may have over 400 calories, far more than most people realize. That's like a whole meal or more. The issue isn't exclusive to one company, but it reflects a larger concern across the beverage and food industries, and I was just telling you about that. And so then we've got 53 seconds, which puts us to this. List out all who have foundations. Why is this relevant? How can they use donations? Well, this is what we just saw with the election. Analyze the filings. Who's charged with overseeing this? Is it the IRS? Is it corrupt? Is it politically motivated? Uh-oh, look at this. The level of corruption, Crypto Astro, by the way, just donated. Thank you very much. The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe, there is only one way, Alice in Wonderland. And that way, of course, would be military, which is what we're seeing. Then we get right into it. On the 17th, this is when Sleepy Guy supplied them with everything they needed to start trouble and try to create an emergency so they don't have to hand over the keys. Just 2 months before the inauguration, he authorized them to make launches using these long-range devices supplied by us. It follows closely his bold declaration that he will not be forced to negotiate. We already had a warning that there will be a direct war if this was to be done. The weapons are set for both two countries and their troops, which could further escalate the conflict. And just days ago, he was cussing at him during an NBC interview, confidently boasting about his power and strength, which I don't think is true. They're on the last legs. They've got mass defections. They're surrounded, and they're screwed. So then we got 55 seconds, and it leads us to this. The second time that they repeat, the storm is upon us. We already saw this one just a minute ago, and now they're saying it again. So we are in the final phase. They are confirming that this missile stuff that's going on is the final phase, just like my time loop said. Then he warns that the response might actually come in the form of these very, very destructive things. 2 months before He warned us that any attack on the territory could trigger a nuclear response. And now, by the way, we have Annabelle Marquina. She says, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Thank you for saying this. That's really great. All your prophecies have happened in Venezuela. We've had days of darkness and massive evil will fall on January 10th over there. Keep strong, life and light. Celebrating your third super chat. Yeah, I mean, these prophecies are coming true left and right. It's very, very fascinating. At the rate I'm going, I might not have to go 4.5 hours. Wouldn't that be nice? It's only 3.5 hours right now, and I'm already into these slides. So I'm just barreling through. It's great. So any attacks could trigger a nuclear response. Now we're being warned that the decision could leave the statehood in ruins by morning. Yikes, that's a big escalation. And they've been ordering the military to prepare for a possibility of war. Woo! No dull moment, huh? 38 seconds brings us to this. And this is the classic one where they're talking about that there's 4 aircraft carriers and their escorts in the Pacific Ocean. And they want to make sure that nobody can really do anything bad, whether it's Russia or China or all 3 of them. Think logically about the timing of what is happening. The time loop certainly did. Note increased military movement, National Guard deployment starting tomorrow. And most importantly, prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms, the calm before the storm. So the reassurance means, no, it's not going to be bad. It's not the end of the world. They want you to reassure other people. This is all, they're working together on the inside in some way to make sure this is going to happen. There's not going to actually be an incinerated planet, but it's got to look scary to scare people, to go through melancholia, to go through the initiation, to learn what's really going on, and to rise up against it, which is awesome. So happy it's not going to be 4.5 hours this time. Maybe I'll get a short one in. And now we have good old Representative Tim Burchett revealing that in our military budget, they actually have a secret UFO program. And this is coming from the Alliance. So believe me, UFOs are going to be part of the Alliance's disclosure. They're telling you that right here. No doubt. He has dropped a bombshell revealing that the staggering $824 billion failed audit included funding for a secret UFO program. He says he's seen things that would make Americans question what has been hidden. Remember, he had closed-door, voice-only briefings, no writing, but they told him things. He dismisses the talk of little green men and flying saucers as being distractions. He says that 47 is going to declassify every file. Wouldn't that be amazing? Full disclosure. And says this is a matter of national security. That is a very exciting thing. UFOs are on the menu, folks. It's coming. And they expect 2027, 2025 that they're all going to be returning to us. So now we're up to post 150. It says, distress calls to others will do you or your family no good at this stage. We know where your family are at all times and we can hear you breathing. And then you have the 3 letters. This is obviously a threat. It's very intense. LDR, which corresponds to Lord Roth. So this is very, very significant because he was talking about the idea of a secret UFO program. And my insider, Uncle Jack, mate, the hell reason why I've got this Australian character who has a nice cigarette in his mouth, and he likes to talk as if he came out of Queensland, Australia, mate. He lives in the bush. He was working for the Roths, and that was something he told me, mate, that there's this whole entire secret program that's run by them that literally no one else on Earth has access to, except for perhaps about 3,000 people, mate. So if you think about this, then it makes sense that they would talk about the UFO program, and then they have this reference to the Lord Roth. It's quite amazing, mate, but we already knew that if you were on the inside biz like I am. But I'm talking a bit out of school right now, mate. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to have my licenses taken away, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, that's so nice, mate. Even with my broken tooth, it feels really, really nice. Thank you for being here today. Good on you, mate. Good on you, Sheila. All right. You love it. You know you love it. Come on. Everybody's laughing right now. If you're not laughing, then you're just not hearing the audience. But I can, because I've done so many live talks. This is very disturbing. The intern got wiped out, and it really looks pretty fishy. In 2001, he abruptly resigned from Congress long before his misunderstood stint in what we see him in now. Oh my God, I can't stand him. Sorry, I just don't like him. 6 months after being reelected, he abruptly resigned after swirling rumors of an affair with an intern. Shortly thereafter, this body was discovered in his office. Despite various strange things, it was all written off as an accident. And we have donations coming in. Vandy Washington says, you've been an integral part of my spiritual journey since '09. Love these more personal chats now. Thank you. Crypto Astro, what do you think about Bitcoin and crypto? I mean, I don't hold any of it. It's your first super chat. Thank you for donating. But yeah, the price is going up, and it probably will be. It's certainly not going to be suppressed. If anything, it's going to be enhanced. So it might be a smart idea to buy it. I don't really know. I mean, you don't usually want to buy on a high. You want to buy on a low. You want to buy low, sell high, not buy high, sell low. So I don't know if it's a good idea to buy it right now or not. I'm not giving any financial advice. But it may get implemented on a wider level. We don't really know yet. Kevin Babelina Melba Toastual says, David, you have a beautiful home. I noticed when you were walking through your kitchen, you had big water bottles. I suggest you use a zero water filter. They work amazing. They filter everything. I'm laughing. Your Aussie stuff is great. And Tranma, etc., says White Strat 64. Yeah, I mean, that's the highest grade plastic. It's a grade 7. There's few particulates. And I don't really think it's that bad. But yeah, I mean, I'm already drinking the best water in the world. It comes from a spring near here. So, but thank you for making that suggestion. Thank you for the donation. All right. So this is really sad. The doctor initially stated the nature of her trauma did not indicate it was an accident. And then later, after, people gave him the offer he can't refuse, he changed his conclusion. Said, oh, she fainted from a heart condition and tragically struck her head on the desk. Yeah. But he abruptly resigned from Congress only 6 months after getting reelected. Whoa. So you can see what happened here. He does not want this to come out. So this is the compromat, as it's called in Russia, that they've got on this guy and why he's willing to just be the puppet and shill out anything they want him to say. Very, very sad. 4.5 million views, which is what, like 10 times higher than the views that his network gets for the whole entire day? Mainstream's gone. It's a whole new media now. And look at the view. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Then we see the lawyer is facing a backlash now, as the crowd is bombarding him with questions about his and his wife's visits. They then began to make this chant, which obviously would be very embarrassing, and he threatened to sue the people who were doing the protest. There he is holding up his book, very healthy and amazing-looking teeth. My tongue is in my cheek here. 48, but look at that, 4.2 million views. Oh my God, everybody is seeing this. Post 48, and then Catherine donated. Machete says, Turkey said checkmate, laughing. All right, thank you, Catherine. Post 48, what is this clearance? What does it refer to? Does it refer to someone dropping the information, having the highest level of security within all departments? So yes, they never thought they were going to lose at the bottom, the calm before the storm. And that works again in 2024, doesn't it? Yep. So the highest level of security, and then right at the bottom, they never thought they were going to lose. And then they say 3 missiles could totally wipe out British civilization. The Russian state television unveiled a map of European countries that could be targeted for nuclear strikes if this war were to escalate. 3 missiles and the whole entire British civilization and much of Europe would collapse, and they show that in the video. It's very distressing. 61 seconds brings us to this. We've anticipated Twitter and other social media blackouts. So this whole standoff that we're seeing now could lead to a social media blackout. Per sealed federal orders, we will quickly track and reinstate when we can, but you need to expect periodic outages. And if this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what the heck will. Oh, and we're running for 3 hours and 33 minutes since we started right now. It's 3:33. Excellent timing, synchronistic. Okay. Then we see, this really, really annoyed me. This is not something that you joke about, poisoning people. It is not funny. It's really disgusting, but here we go. And what's up with the butterfly glasses? I mean, that's a... Baby. You know, I think she got the idea from Tramma. Maybe she also wants to identify as a grans woman. You know, you wear something like this, it kind of looks like it could be a kitty, it could be a cat, or it could be a butterfly. I got these beautiful little tips up here. She knows exactly what to do, except they're even larger than mine. I like them nice and small so I can see what I'm working on, and I got my little smoky here. You know, I'm your Tramma. I'm here to bake cookies for you, and I'm certainly not going to give you aqua tofana, which would be a very rude thing to do if I'm trying to love my Tran babies, my Tran kids. I want to take care of you guys. I'm not going to feed you some frickin' poison. So she's kind of dishonoring the glasses, if you ask me. All right, anyway, let's... Yeah. All right, let's go back. A disturbing trend has gone viral on TikTok, popular among certain people, pushing a slogan, making aqua tofana great again. Oh my God. Openly advocated for poisoning of the supporters with a lethal substance created in the 17th century. This is for everybody who's a supporter. More than half the country. Created by an Italian woman to discreetly poison the husband, disguised as water or cream. And this gained traction after an individual tweeted, "Your body, my choice," following his... That's not right either. Two wrongs don't make a right, though. But hey, she's got the butterfly glasses. She's on the right track. I'll give her that much. She's on the right track. But you can't be poisoning people, darling. Boobala, listen to me. Just give all that stuff up, okay? All right. We got post number 49. Have secret sessions been underway, and how could this be discovered? Near the bottom, it's a name recognized around the world. So yes, they're talking about secret trials, and it's all going to come out in the open, and it's already been happening. It's just that we're only going to learn about it later on. So yes, secret sessions are underway. Then, this is when things really started to get crazy. The whole focus of this week is when they actually shot these projectiles in, just like my dream from June had, June 10th. And then remember what happened in the dream? It was right after that everything turns into an ascension, a graduation. I'm projecting a body double of myself. Everybody loves each other, and we find out that the ETs are coming back. So we're in the very final phase. Is that not exciting? We're in it right now. I love it. They shot these missiles in, and it says right here, just days after the green light was given for their use, 2 days after, this is a major escalation. He signed a decree formalizing an updated doctrine on the deployment, and this reveals on the map the striking ranges of what they have in play on the western side. So you can see they can push in from that country by 300 kilometers, which is in the range of 3 cities, Smolensk, Kaluga, and Krasnodar. So, but then when they tried to do this, they all got shot down. Nothing actually landed. So all they're going to do is get themselves in really bad trouble. His stuff doesn't get shot down, but theirs does. So they're just making everybody really mad, and it's really stupid. It's not going to work, and it's only going to hasten their defeat. So I kind of feel sorry for them, honestly. Post number 32. Oh, wow. Instead of 10 days of darkness, right, they're saying maybe it'll only take 1 day. Whoa! But it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. So this is talking about the operations that we're expecting to see, how sudden and how dramatic this is going to be. It's a very, very exciting thing. It might only take 1 day. And the escalation that we're seeing right now could lead to an operation happening. So this suggests that arrests and major stuff, including emergency broadcast system, may occur in December, may occur in January, could be well before the 20th. So I have to amend what I said last week. They're giving us new information, the time loops, my prophetic dream, all of it suggests we are right on the cusp of very, very big things happening, folks. Maybe 1 day, but it cannot go slow. The wave will be fast and meaningful. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the mainstream can hide And rest assured, some will be jailed as deep agents. So, wow. It's going to be, so a lot of things are going to happen, maybe all in one day. It's going to be nothing like we've ever seen in the world before, folks. Then they have a dead hand system, so if they lose command, then they still launch anyway. It'll unleash a full-scale nuclear strike even if all the leaders are wiped out. No panic there, huh? Oh my God. This classified doomsday mechanism will operate autonomously, launching a devastating arsenal without any human command, like a plot straight out of James Bond movies. If the system detects no response from the command system, it assumes the leadership is gone, and it then launches thousands of missiles. Oh my God. But again, ETs won't let this happen. We're going to be fine, but they're trying to scare people so that they will, take action, and that's when you find the will to change. Post number 60 says again, there's only less than 10 people who have the full picture on two hands, and only 3 of them are non-military. So that's talking about how the real plan is hidden in these posts. It's not really going to be a nuclear war. Don't freak out. It's going to be fine, as all the time loop has told us. So now we see that Gates got in, and then he got right back out, and it's the usual suspects that chased him down. They now claim to have evidence against him in an ultimate act of projection for the same crimes they themselves were doing. Yeah. They were never interested in investigating any of these other things, but then right before he gets confirmed, all of a sudden they care. How hypocritical, right? And then we got 29 seconds, which brings us to this one. This is another one that we've seen many, many times. Some things must remain classified to the very end. And again, he would have rooted it out, but they took him out of power. The truth would sound so outrageous that most Americans would riot, revolt, and reject. Networks are being dismantled. And these various abductions are paused, not terminated until players are in custody. And then here's a big line. We pray every single day for the direction and guidance of God, as we are truly up against pure evil. And it's an alien evil. That's what they're going to teach us. This is going to become common knowledge, folks. Then we see Dr. Oz got involved in some things that, he really shouldn't have. So, hey, wait a minute. They picked him and they put him in there. Yeah. There's several of these picks that they're doing on purpose so that people in our community get mad. And in the process of them getting mad, they expose more of the truth and more people learn about it. The people who are being outed in these posts, look, don't fall for the idea that these people are really going to be in the cabinet. This is all part of the movie. It's all part of the show. They wanted you pissed off so that you will work to expose it, so that more people awaken. That's what this is about. Anybody with this kind of dirty history, I highly, highly, highly doubt they're going to be actually serving the administration. It's all part of the stagecraft. So just please keep that in mind. Don't freak out about it. So he's endorsing these very questionable practices, saying that they are cutting edge. He also supports parents who are involved and pediatricians. During a regular well baby exam, one of these pediatricians suggested to the mother that her baby boy was a little different. And then he remarked that the child was sparkling and says, "Do you remember when your parents thought you were someone else?" And you watch the video, it's very, very disturbing, okay? So yeah, he's not going to be doing any service, I don't think. 2.2 million views, you can't get around this. And then 80 seconds gives us this one. We need to get organized. Whoa, read the second line. This is imminent. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. Let's start with the Alice in Wonderland, and it relates to certain individuals and certain countries. And then we know Snow White, 7 dwarfs is the 7 supercomputers. We talked about that. So again, things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. That about to happen doesn't sound like January 20th. It sounds like sooner, and they just said it may be one day, and it will be fast and meaningful. Wow, up against pure evil. This is very exciting, folks. Then we see that one of his deleted posts flags the Archangel. Now, this was up there originally, and I wrote about it in my private journal, and they took it down because they used the V word without putting stars in it. And I knew if you put the V word without stars in it, something bad was going to happen. And sure enough, it got taken down. But they put it up at 444, which is a David Wilcock synchronicity number, right? So this is in my journal. I photographed this morning. says, wow, you guys just gave me a Michael comm. Thank you for that. There's the link. Again, it doesn't work anymore. And I didn't copy the text because they used the V word like what? 10 or 11 times in a row? I'm like, yeah, I'm not putting that in my journal. I don't need to make it any worse on myself. But the reason why I say his hypocrisy is that he was very clearly trying to say, oh, you should get it. You're going to be fine. It's not going to hurt you. It's healthy. It's the right thing. It's going to keep you safe. It's going to keep you healthy. Yeah, dude. So they used the V word too many times. It got taken down. But the original video was the magic 109 seconds, which brings us to the post 109, the Michael prayer. Saint Michael, the archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits, who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. And they responded, Amen, brother. So now, if you click on this link, which I did last night, this is all you get. So again, they overused the V word. I think that's the reason they had to take it down, but I was so excited about that they called out Michael again. It was another shout out to me, so I really thank you guys for doing that. Then they had yet another one where he's friends with a very unsavory individual. You still going to defend him this far? You still going to say he's a cool guy? What was he doing with her there? And you see it also almost has 1 million views. They deleted the other one. It's a nice tux, though. I got to give him credit for the tux. It's really good. And then we see that they are facing defeat in this country if we don't step in and support them. He warned that if they halt the funding, they will have an indefinite defeat. Without continued support, they will not have the resources to survive. From what I'm hearing, they're in real trouble. They're totally surrounded. I don't know why they're acting like they have the cards. They don't. And he says that's exactly what everyone wants. Well, we don't want people to die, but we just want this war to stop, as do most of the people in this country as well. So then we got 56 seconds here, and that brings us to this. And it says they are once again trying to sweep important questions under the rug about the ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. You can read the rest. And then it says here, they predictably claim there was no evidence that they had any of these ties, and anybody who says otherwise is a conspiracy theorist. And they used Snopes to fact check with the sole source of McCain. This is the same guy who met with a military leader and saluted him as a hero in 2011. Can't make this stuff up. Lisa and Michael Valois says, please do closed captions every Sunday. I'm not really in control of that. I guess we used to have them, but maybe not anymore. So I'm sorry if you're not getting them. Hopefully they will show up. But, maybe not, because we've heard that the captions turn off as soon as I start doing this part of the show. Somebody said that before. Anyway, now we have Jay Leno, who has joined their club in a very sad way. Look at that. I mean, he looks like a monster. Look at how much his face is bruised. And he says that it happened because he fell down the hill or something. Like, nah, that looks like somebody really, really clocked him. And why? Probably because snitches get stitches. Maybe he was getting ready to rat. Maybe he was getting ready to make a deal. And they said, no, you're not. They beat the crap out of him. And you're going to say you fell, and you're not going to say any damn thing else. 2.8 million views. And then we got 107 seconds leading us to this post here. May God grant all of us the wisdom to ask what concrete steps we can take to reduce violence and weaponry in our midst. Note when we just sent the go orders and when the tweet went live. Is it a coincidence? Pray. So again, they're getting ready to reduce the violence and weaponry in our midst, and they're getting ready to make go orders. So big things are going to happen, and that's related to Leno. He might have been one of the ones getting ready to sing like a bird. Now they're bracing for a massive air assault. This is the next one, prompting the closure of several embassies, including the U.S. Scott warns this could involve a catastrophic thermobaric bomb capable of devastating NATO and erasing cities off the map. Counterattacks have escalated, now using UK-supplied technology. And then they say that a new phase has begun And notice that, likely the final phase. Whoa. Yeah, we're at the end, folks. This is it. And it's all going to lead to the arrests and all the cool stuff I've been telling you. They're telegraphing everything. 44 seconds brings us to this post right here. So we got to look towards Friday, and there's going to be an important message once again. We've seen this many times, so I'll be on the lookout, and we'll report on what it is next week. Then we see that the NATO ambassador is an absolute savage, meaning he's really going to go for justice. This is a good guy. We selected the former acting Attorney General Whitaker to be the ambassador to NATO. In the video, he reminded Jerry that his time had expired in the House Judiciary Committee investigation. He's an absolute savage. So he was schooling the guy who had him under questioning. Isn't that funny? Your time is expired, sir. 42 seconds gives us this. We serve at the pleasure of the president. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? All these people are there to serve. Or at least not the clay pigeon ones aren't, but everybody else is. Then we see Ellen is broken out of here. She says, I don't feel good being in this country anymore. But what's the real reason? Why are so many of these people leaving? They've officially relocated to rural England, listing an estate for sale. They will never come back to the U.S. But why is this really, really happening? Well, then you see the picture, and she's got some disturbing things there. And then 8.3 million views. I've never even seen any of their posts get this many views. That's crazy. Almost 8.5 million. That's way beyond mainstream media. Way beyond Fox News. What the hell? This is so popular. Everybody is looking at this. Then Elon has to kind of, plead the fifth. I don't know what the hell the drops mean. I doubt that's true. But he says the other stuff is pretty accurate. 730,000 views. Then this is where the dud attack happened. It was predicted in my dream from June, which they flagged. And again, probably the reason they flagged the dream is because they knew that this was going to happen. Oh, Barbara Haniuk just donated. She says, I too have a connection to Archangel Michael. I don't doubt that. We all do. He's here for all. In fact, the Law of One explains that Michael represents the collective masculine identity of our human spiritual body on Earth. And the Michael Prophecies also said that as well, that he represents the collective masculine fourth dimensional ascended humanity. It's lensing through me right now to get you messages, as we said in the time loop, but all of this stuff really does matter. Post number 109, they're talking about Archangel Michael. They flagged that on the Dr. Oz post. This is all coming to a head, folks. It's very, very exciting. So this was the big one. This was the one I had the dream on June the 10th, where there were missiles that exchanged. Remember, we're watching this on TV. The missiles were duds. And then all of a sudden there's a graduation ceremony and I'm projecting a spiritual double. And everybody knew that ETs are real. My work got spread across the world. And we're all awaiting the return of Archangel Michael and his angelic friends. I cannot wait. I'm so excited about what's going to happen. I'm on the edge of my seat, folks. And that's why I love doing these shows. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. It's going to take a little more than that to get through all this stuff. But our time is good. We're doing great on time, which I feel really great about. So again, it was a dud attack. And here's the slide. You can see in the video on the left, these big bright bolts of light coming down, hitting the ground, but then no explosion. Thank God. It's exactly what my dream in June said. They flagged me for it. And remember, they posted the post of the missiles in flight 2 days after I had that prophetic dream, totally signaling me because, again, they knew there was going to be a landslide. They knew the negative wouldn't be able to steal it. They knew that this dud missile exchange would occur. And they were telling me, yes, your dream is right. It's going to lead to this global awakening. It's very exciting. So let's read this up close. Captured a major attack unfolding, claiming it was caused by an ICBM. This was confirmed. These are missiles designed to deliver nuclear or conventional warheads. They're nearly impossible to intercept. We got 2 more donations that just came in. Jim Garrigus says, thanks for the great update. Marisa Lanuza donated $50. You can see that right there. And she just gives me a hippopotamus jumping out of a treasure chest. And he says, Oz looks evil in that picture. So, Again, we got 6,000 of you guys watching us right now. We lose some people for the European fall off, but now we're pretty much back. 6,000 is incredible. You know, YouTube, anything above 3,000 people watching live is rock star level, so they say. 6,000 is incredible. There's hardly anybody that gets these kind of numbers, so I'm deeply honored. I thank you guys all for being here. And now it just dropped down to 5565, but I remember what it said just 10 seconds ago. You can't fool me. Anyway, this marks the first ever deployment in world history of an ICBM. And again, my dream highlighted all that. Just days after they began using their own stuff from us. The strike sends a strong message aligning with their declaration that we are entering a new, and as they just said before, final phase of this war. So then we got some run times here, and they both were 12 seconds, which brings us to this. This is the biggest insider drop you will ever receive. Good guys are winning. So again, they're telling you, don't freak out. It's all going to be okay. It's just scaring people straight so that they start to investigate. And people like my dad now say, I don't want to be involved with these guys anymore. They don't represent me. I'm out. That's good. Then we see that the UK themselves, the United Kingdom, is now getting directly involved. This comes right from the top. They are directly involved. This declaration was made by the ambassador during an interview with Sky News. S. Jules just said Psalms 34, God bless, donated. Thank you, S. Jules. The declaration made by their ambassador during an interview with Sky follows the British approval of Storm Shadow being used to strike targets. Absolutely, they say. Britain is now directly involved. So, you know, everybody panic at your leisure if you live in Britain. But again, nothing is really going to happen. This is all part of awakening people. Miles Irvin just donated, said, definitely exciting times. How might Colin react to the dud ICBM missile attack, mate? If you wanted to do it, mate, why couldn't you build one that really frickin' works? If you've got the technology, mate, why don't you try to find one that actually has a projectile in it that's going to actually do something, mate? If your military technology is so weak that the darn thing doesn't go off, how is that indicative of your tactical readiness, mate? All right. That's fun. I love doing Colin. Thank you for inspiring this delightful character once again. Okay. We got 64 seconds, leads us to one that we don't see as often. Fellow patriots, I'm being advised that actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. The Twitter takedown was not by accident. Whoa! Should the lights go out, please know that we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. And Ralph Treeman just donated. Thank you very much, Ralph. So, once again, what are they really saying here? They're saying the lights may go out. This is the final part of the battle. The DS has got nothing to lose. If they could do that, if they could cut the power, they would. Maybe they're going to do a strike on power facilities. Who the heck knows what they're going to do? But they want to say, once again, if the lights go out, know that we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared. So it's all going to be okay, but we might see some wild stuff. So I don't feel like traveling in December. I'm going to stay right at home. I don't think there's anywhere I want to be, but right here where I got all my supplies. Then we have Matt stepping aside. Very sad thing, because he was a contender for Attorney General, and he had fiercely battled against relentless media attacks and defamation. It says this is a sad day for those who hope for the hammer of justice. But then whoever came in after him, as you're going to see, Pam, you know, she's potentially even more threatening than he was. 57 seconds gives us this post right here. And again, it's talking about Muslim infiltration, which we already had another one on that. So they're telling you that that's where this is coming from. The source of this, of him getting banned, is from this Muslim infiltration. Then we see that the good old planners here are engaged in shady business. Alarming new emails expose them negotiating the donation for research. They treat this as a commodity like sugar or rice, and they casually discuss the procurement up to 23 weeks. And scientists were seeking as many as 2,500, claiming they're going to do experimentation. Yuck. And that brings us to 6 minutes and 6 seconds, which is 366. This has an amazing connection to the current events that we're seeing that were also extensively in my time loop from 99 and June the 10th of this year. It says, splash. Missile time of flight is expired or the missile is destroyed. Target or bomb impact. Fox 3, simulated actual launch of active radar-guided missiles. There you go. And notice it said that the flight was expired, the missile was destroyed. So yeah, there's not going to be a problem. It's all going to be okay. They're letting us know. This obviously is relevant. It's not a coincidence that this is the number that they came up with. Then here's our friend Pam exposing underhanded dealings with the usual suspects. She's now the nominee, and in 2020 she delivered a bombshell presentation exposing ties to the corrupt companies, and during her revelations, the big three networks went dark and completely ignored the story. So it's good that she's in there, and she's a woman. This guy who supposedly hates women keeps on appointing them, so go figure. And nearly 1 million views, 118 seconds brings us to this one. What family was permitted to leave immediately after an event took place? This would have been the guy they blamed it on, his family. They've already been laid. They all got laid. Been laid! You know, that was Robin Williams had a really funny joke on that if you ever watched his thing. Anyway, I kid. Who authorized her departure? Why is this relevant? Was anyone else permitted to leave? Yeah, apparently so. Was it a private plane? What private planes can carry? So they all took off because they didn't want to be implicated. Why was this family here during the event? Was that a coincidence? Well, maybe they were helping coordinate, but then they all got shuttled out of here magically, even though nobody else could be. Isn't that something? How does Saudi connect to them? And what was connected specifically? What did they deliver? Probably it was weapons that were used in this attack. And what is the money buying? Who is the financial broker for the various types of crimes? And then how did Facebook and Instagram play a role in them being captured? Think the movie Taken. That's Liam Neeson. Fantasy, right? It's a great movie if you've ever seen it. It's wonderful. Why do select senior officials have foundations and institutes? What is money laundering and what does it buy? So this is, again, it all ties back to this country before it got overthrown on November 4th, 2017, as they said last week. What is their backgrounds? Are they connected to various groups? What do you need in place in order to prosecute senior political officials? How do you avoid any public misconceptions? Well, that's telling you it's all going to tie back to this stuff. How do you justify counter-political attacks to the mass public? Why is this information so vital? Is our country divided? And why does the media portray us that way? Very interesting, huh? Then, Pam, once again, is fighting against the worst crimes that we're dealing with. Over a decade ago, she joined forces with the Polk County Sheriff in a relentless fight. Their efforts have led to the numerous arrests, including various employees and members of cartels, which is good. And then we have 1 minute and 40 seconds, brings us to 100. And who is the Queen of England? How long has she been in power? With power comes corruption. What happened to Diana? What did Diana find out? Why was she running? She was with Dodi Fayed. Who did she entrust to help her flee? I just answered that. What was the cover? Why is this relevant? Why now? Old connection, news, bad actor, London mayor, background affiliation, connection to the Queen. So apparently the London mayor helped cover this up. MI6 agents are dead. And what was really going on? Why is this relevant? Wealth, corruption, secret society, evil. That's the bottom line, folks. And then Germany, Angela Merkel. Why are certain types of people important? Are they assets? And they say that over and over again. And then they say Satan. What political leaders worship Satan? Oh my God. And who did they just mention before? What does the upside down cross represent? Who wears it openly? I think they're talking about Marina here. Who is she connected to? And then they mention the spirit thing. What does that represent? The cult, who is worshipped. Why is this relevant? Speed. It's all going to happen fast now, folks. This is very exciting stuff. Then we see that there's threats to strike against this base in Poland. panic at your discretion once again. Chilling threat to strike a new defense base in Poland with advanced weapons, which could include lasers. I told you all the other projectile stuff is obsolete. We don't even need to make it anymore. It's all kind of not needed anymore once we get these things out, the gas dynamic lasers. Just hours after reportedly launching an ICBM, which turned out to be confirmed. The defense base has been on their priority list of targets. How will NATO respond? Again, this is the saber rattling. Don't worry about it. Prepare messages of reassurance. 59 seconds brings us to this. And we've seen this one again many, many times before. How did the Saudis welcome him when he went there? Why was this historic? Remember, he got the sword dance. Whereas, how were BO and HRC welcomed? Not the same. They didn't get the same honor. Not suggesting they're clean by any means, but they play the game in the global game of risk. They play that role. Combine all posts and analyze. The questions provide answers. Remember, information is everything. The flow of information is no longer controlled by the media, but by you. This is why we dedicate critical time to distribute these crumbs, which will be followed in greater detail to paint the entire picture once we actually release all the information, which hasn't happened yet. Why does he dedicate so much time about fake news? Why is this relevant? Now check this out. We are fully prepared, and they're talking in the present, okay? So this could still happen. Fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to stop this info from spreading. Twitter, mass censorship, etc. Sealed federal orders pre-submitted as prevention and masked in general, which does not account for rogue agents or programmers. Dates and impending actions are deliberately being provided so that you can verify the authenticity. And again, Alice in Wonderland, Saudi and HRC. Now we see that our good old buddy JFK was pushing back in the past, and that might have been part of what happened to him. He was assassinated, leaving the American people still in the dark about the full story. He was deeply involved in efforts to prevent certain entities from developing nuclear weapons and pushing for them to register as foreign agents. Both of the brothers met tragic ends. And although 47 sought to declassify, it was Pompeo who blocked it. He tweeted today his uncle's famous words, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. Everything will be declassified in the second term. Will we finally get the whole truth? Well, they already know the answer. The answer is yes. So then we have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which is 1:40. And we already just saw this one. We've seen this one already in our show today, so we're not doing it again. But again, the keystone, strings cut, puppets in the shadows. And then look at that down at the bottom. What if they are all coordinating with him to eliminate the threat? Ooh, we read this at the beginning. That's the point. It's not really a war. We're not going to be incinerated, so just hang in there. You got to navigate the karmic burn, and you got to get over your own fear if you have it. Tarotina says, give your kind thumbs up, like, and God will be with you in return. The blessing, spiritual love. Thank you, Tarotina. They said, operations are active, joint missions are underway, the world is fighting back. Woo! Then we see that he ordered the printing of $4 billion in U.S. notes that are not from the Fed. When you look at it up close, let's just do that for a second. It says at the top, United States note. It does not say Federal Reserve. And where there's a 5 on the left, it says this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. No, can you find the word Fed anywhere on this? No. It looks a little bit different. It's got the red ink. Wow. This is a treasury note, folks. The treasury symbol is on the right under the word 5. There is no word Fed here. That's incredible. On June 4th, 1963, he signed executive order, as I've said many times, 11-110. That's the one you got to remember. Instructing them to print $4 billion in $2 and $5 bills. That's a lot. They were backed by silver in the treasury and issued without incurring debt or interest. The profit from their production was going to go directly to the U.S., bypassing this privately owned organization. This move was part of his larger effort to reduce the power of this organization. Just months later, he was tragically assassinated. So there again, do you ever see that word on there? No. And that was them's fighting words. And so they took him down just like Lincoln was taken down for the same kind of thing. But now, finally, he will succeed, and he's got a relative right there. He's going to be in office working on our health. 1.1 million views. Then we see that Ellen popped up in a British pub thinking that if she dyes her hair, nobody's going to notice. Nah, you're too famous for that. She had freshly dyed brunette hair, appearing to be in disguise, but why would she need to disguise herself? 1.1 million views. Thank God there was no video on this so I can get through this a little bit faster. It's a long amount of work. I worked all day yesterday on these slides, dude. Now, the Democratic senator derailed him. We're going to learn about that a little bit more. He played a pivotal role in derailing the appointment, leveraged the FBI to revive evidence from a case that had already been dismissed, meaning it didn't have credibility. This is the same figure who obstructed attempts to subpoena and unseal flight logs, while this person, Matt, boldly alleged that the whole death was orchestrated by a foreign actor. There you go. You can see the inside baseball here. 1 minute and 1 second gives us post 61. We've anticipated Twitter and other social media blackouts. Expect outages periodically. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. So again, as this finally comes to a head, there may be blackouts. So get ready for that. It could be just social media, but something's happening, folks. Then we see in Montreal that there are now, you like that, huh? That's French. Oh. They're in chaos as riots erupt. Protesters are smashing windows, torching cars, and wreaking havoc on the streets, while their leader is happily clapping away at a Taylor concert. And all these videos, I was like, oh my God, you guys, 4 videos, 4 different things I got to look up. Well, here they are. First, we have number 5, and it says, we'll just go down to the bottom. You can read all this if you want to. Why did the Sun have several meetings with the Canadian Prime Minister? How is that related to them? Can you rely on being able to board a plane and fly away? Why are certain groups a priority? Could gangs be paid to kill people's political opponents? The truth is mind-blowing. It cannot be fully exposed. The evil is embedded globally, and we are only the first domino. Have faith. It's all going to be okay. And they do this as they're talking about riots. Then we have post number 13. Think about the timing of him traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. So there's another one. Again, showing it's all, there's hidden coordination going on between entities that appear to be on the surface fighting. Post 15. This is a great one. I was really excited when I realized what this was again. There are more good people than bad. Wizards and warlocks, evil, will not allow the satanic evil to control our country. All of these people are being controlled by 3 families. The 4th was removed. It was in Saudi. And then we got, again, the codes of 11.3 and 6, right around the time of the election. And again, the Law of War Manual. We talked about that. Enemy occupation. The corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut. Otherwise, 70% of the people who are in there now would be in jail. Yikes. A deep cleaning is occurring, and prevention and defense of pure evil occurs on a daily basis. And here it is again. Now we're in 2024. They never thought they were going to lose the control of the presidency. They thought they had it since they made past mistakes. Godspeed, patriots. There you go. And then lastly, we have 24. Any person making statements they will not seek re-election was put in submission. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted. And they're making that point again. People can do deals. Everybody is going to do as they're told. Now, the clay pigeon, I'm not literally meaning that people are going to be shot at, but the clay pigeon is an expression which means as soon as it comes out of the hopper, boom, it blows up on impact. So I think that there's several appointments that they're making that are not going to last very long at all. And we just got to hang in for that, folks. So that's where we are now. Don't get mad about this stuff. Don't go out there and insult the Alliance. You're going to wish later on that you hadn't done that. Trust me. It's not a good idea to razz these people. They're fighting for our freedom. This is all part of the game. Dr. Jeanette, the new pick for the surgeon, praised Facebook for censoring content that went against the narrative and expressed hope that other platforms would do the same. She also advocated for lockdowns and encouraged people at a younger age that they should do these things and said the risks were extremely low. So yeah, I don't think that Dr. Jeanette is going to be there This is all just to get you pissed off so that more people learn the truth. So don't worry about it, and certainly don't get mad at the Alliance. Post number 31, world stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. Some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified. Not all. We are, they say, in one of the most critical times. We are working to balance what we're doing and purify our government, removing bad actors who are entrenched. There's so much string pulling and blackmail. We need to cut these off to truly gain power granted to us by patriots and hardworking people. So yeah, read between the lines on this one, and I don't think that she's going to be in there for very long, to say the least. Now, here's another clay pigeon, the Treasury pick. Same thing, and they talk about that the very next post. His name is Scott, and he previously worked at this firm from 91 to 2000, and again from 2011 to 2015 as their chief investment officer. During this period, he bet against the pound, the British pound, broke the Bank of England, and earned billions. Can I even read anything on that third paragraph? Not really. Yeah, let's skip that one. He's also on the board of trustees, Rockefeller University, prominent figures in this establishment alongside. So yeah, I don't expect him to be around very long. This is all just to make you mad so that people learn the truth. So post 283 is kind of a strange one. So I put them side by side here. And then it's important to go back one because 282 says, I have a question. The 10 days of darkness, when? And they say shut down. So it may only be social media darkness, but once again, they're flagging we may have up to 10 days of either social media blackout or possibly power outages during some type of massive military operation. Then 283, the one they actually flagged, says Sarah is good people. Why are Sarah and John getting all the real scoops? And why are they now under protection? Expand your thinking. Well, that's because certain people are getting collaborated evidence from the Alliance. Then we see the British media actually was brave enough to say why she went over there. Wow, this is crazy. Mainstream media are now claiming that she fled the U.S. because of the plans to release certain files which will expose her involvement in criminal activity. They're actually saying it on the news. Wow. Amazing. 37 seconds brings us to this one right here. They are the true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days, remember, this could happen really soon. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from evil bad actors who have for so long sacrificed the good people of this land for personal gain. Fight the good fight. Let justice be served. And again, I'm one of these people. Thank you guys for the shout out. Then we see that Matt may get another role as special counsel. Wouldn't that be interesting? He stood out as one of the few voices calling attention to the trafficking of certain individuals. In this case, we're talking about Brittany. And apparently this was orchestrated through a conservatorship and planned by someone we all know and love's manager. He criticized the Congress for obstructing any genuine investigation into her situation, and he even proposed that she testify before the committee. And now that he's made these revelations, he is the target of a fabricated scheme intended to tarnish his reputation. Go figure. 1 minute and 36 seconds is 96, which brings us to this one. That $220 million was sent out right before somebody left office, and they called this a payout. And then they say it's amazing how everything makes sense when you're asked a question. That's the entire point of the operation. It's up to you all, and it's not just me. They're talking to you too, to collect, safely archive, and distribute this information. It will all make sense. We look to you to spread and get the word out. You are the heroes. So you're going to meet a lot of people you haven't met yet in the new administration. Trust me. These clay pigeons are not going to be in there. Timestamps will help you validate the authenticity. Your president needs your help. He wants full transparency for the great people of our country. Everything we state is for a reason. God bless you, patriots. Then we see they were exposed on the media 16 years ago. This is interesting. Millions have been prescribed this thing for asthma But there's all these side effects, which could include thoughts, hallucinations, and psychiatric conditions. This product directly targets cells in the brain. It's responsible for mood regulation, decision-making, impulse control, attention and sleep, wreaking havoc on young minds. What did my time-looped reading today say? It said usable gadgetry. What did that tie back to? Law of One, back-engineered technology that was supposed to be for peaceful purposes, that negative-oriented scientists got their hands on it and they made it negative. And lo and behold, here we are, where we're seeing that it directly targets decision-making, impulse control, all these things that would make you have more of an ego, just like the time loop said. So this is another incredible validation of the time loop. The most enraging part is that they knew about it since 2008 and nothing was done to stop it. The video reveals that nothing has been done for 16 frickin' years. Oh, by the way, you might want to hurt yourself, you might hallucinate, devastating psychiatric conditions. Yeah, not good. It says right there could be a link to various problems. On the screen it says that. 2 minutes, 6 seconds gives us 126, which is, first of all, 125 was a picture out of Air Force One, and then 126 says the previous was deleted. Curious. They've got all these check marks. That might again mean checkmate. It's possible. Very interesting either way. And again, he's going to be, as it said in 34, he'll be flying around in Air Force One as this 1 to 10 day operation takes place for his own security. So this is all going to come out in the open, folks. Then we have a hero who is rescuing people. He's going to be part of the new administration. Or no, he's rescuing people victimized by the current administration. This has been happening. These crimes have been happening in LA, Las Vegas, New York, and across Texas. And then after the whole job is finished, people might be taken to the outskirts of a city and murdered. So this is 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Gives us post number 247, which again is huge. Have you been watching the news since Friday? Who are these people? How are they compromised? What events recently occurred that you now know about? Think about emails. Think about computers, etc. The date of the promotion of his wife. How are they stacking the deck? Who do they want inside the government? And how do you control these puppets? Is there a pattern? Follow the wives. Keep watching the news this week. Future proves the past. So big stuff is coming this week, folks. How many people are not going to be seeking re-election? What passed in the Senate? Who are their new handlers? Why is this relevant? Do you not understand that the government is being gutted publicly? And then it says bombs away, Merry Christmas. Well, guess what just happened? Bombs got dropped. ICBMs to be exact. Merry Christmas. Maybe they're giving us a time reference. Maybe that's when this is all going to come to a head. Either way, finally, I didn't even know it was going to take this long, but finally, at 4 hours and 22 minutes, I actually got to the end. I knew this was going to be a huge week for Alliance slides because they just had a whole bunch of them. And they all had videos, and then we got to read the posts, but we're done. We're at the 4 hour and 22 minute mark. So now, without any further ado whatsoever, moving right along at a deadly pace, we're going to launch directly into You Know It and Love It, even though 300 of you are all going to disappear, or at least that's what they want me to think, our global meditation. So once again, I would ask you to simply put both feet flat on the floor, close your eyes, take a nice deep breath, let it go. Thinking back as you relax your body, relaxing your arms and legs, thinking back to the enormity of excitement that we feel as we see these prophecies. The prophecy of June 10th, the missile exchange, leading to what? Oh yeah, the graduation event, projecting your ascended double, realizing that ETs are coming. Family reunion, Elizondo had it pegged at 2027. Immaculate constellation. Why would they lie about that? Why would they not tell you who really wrote the document? Why would they say it came from the DOD? Breathing, letting yourself relax. They keep telling us all is going to be well, not to worry about this. So again, use your healing energy. Send healing energy to the planet Earth. Send healing energy to all those in need. of prayers, all those who might be suffering right now. Breathing nice and deep, letting all of your muscles relax, realizing that these meditations really do work. We do have the power. We can change our reality. We are not confined to a doom and gloom future. Don't buy into that stuff. They keep telling you, prepare messages of reassurance. So right now, just breathe in that safety. Breathe in that calm. The way you felt when you saw me with the deer or the moose or the turkeys. The animals will all be safe. The planet will be restored. We will be healed. It is all part of a grander vision that is coming into view right now. In the name of Jesus Christ, we do pray. Amen. See there, I did it once. Now I want you to breathe your way back into the room. Come on back. It's good. None of you are like commenting, which means you're actually meditating. Trotina donated again. Thank you very much. Rob of Broccoli, $20. Thanks for putting the truth out in the open. Your first super chat. Thank you very much, Rob. We have Aaron F., who also donated, celebrating your first super chat. Robert Romero says this is more like a show recap than a meditation. Look, I'm very tired. Sorry if you didn't like the meditation. But again, I get these mass defections, and I'm trying to keep everybody in. The whole show is the meditation. The point is, it's all good. You don't have to criticize me unless you feel like it. I guess you can, but everybody else is happy. So yeah, why can't you talk about the DS? Well, it's because if I say things, if I traipse down certain corridors, then it all comes collapsing. So we don't really want that to happen. Phoenix Marker Mark says, Yabba Dabba Doo 420. No, I'm totally sober. We're not going to be doing any more of that stuff. Scotty Tevet says, great show. Watch them all. Lightwalker Luke says, thank you, brother. Ray Jacobs says, there is no such thing as aliens. Well, I'm glad that you're so confident about that. Congress isn't enough for you, I guess. Congressional hearings isn't enough for you. That's fine. David Nichols, it was beautiful, David. We love you. Miss Okie Amy, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cosmos Baby, healing for all. Any second meditation. Trotina says it was a beautiful meditation. Angel face, heavenly eyes. I think she likes me. I think David just finally shut up. This is it, folks. Jazz Snare. See, he really wanted to tell me to shut up. He's probably on the psychopath spectrum. That's okay. Monica says no one can make 100% of the people happy 100% of the time. Aster Rama says, thank you for all you do. David, tooth, bladder, and kidneys, water, pissed off. No, I mean, my veneer did snap off, but what the heck? I'm getting it fixed the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I get my massage. Doesn't even really bother me anymore. Patty Sklodowski, long-term fan, you are a rock star. I can't wait for full disclosure. I'm ready thanks to you. Bree Semili says, thank you, David. You are serving humanity. Frank Finley, Putin was taken up to the mothership and came back very much changed and committed to the alliance. I don't know. Veronique Muermont says, thanks, David. We love your shows. Thank you, David, says Kimberly Rupp. Appreciate your time and information. And I will just show you that it is blazing along right now. Everybody is posting very quickly. We have Vacapalo. Puerto Rico is also a tropical island. Have you given that a thought in your dreams interpretation? Yeah, I mean, when I went to Puerto Rico, everywhere I looked, I saw amazingly beautiful women. I could not believe it. So that would be a fun place to be. Might be dangerous, though. I mean, who knows? Kiki. Love my Earth, David Bound, Misfit Fam, XO. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for all you do. And Tarantino, too. Yes, everybody, please have a happy Thanksgiving. It's coming up soon. Sovereign Cosmic Wildman says there's Sasquatch and Dogman around your house. Well, the moose is almost as big as a Sasquatch, so I don't know. I've never seen one, but it doesn't mean it couldn't be there. Princess Buttercup, bless all. Cucumbers, veggies, beautiful plants and food. Galactic flutes as well. Amen. Yeah, the Galactic Flute dream was really amazing. BHH, thanks, David, for everything you are doing for us all. Sponge Brain donated. Love you all. Bella's Patio Garden, sending love. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. Cheryl Hillstead, thank you, David. Happy Thanksgiving. Ollie369, great show as always. Thank you. Lynn LR, happy Thanksgiving, David. Thank you and love you. Norma says happy Thanksgiving to you. Gotta find a cool name, says I am Ra. I live 51% service to others, 49% service to self. Well, that's all you need to ascend, buddy. And we have the Sunflower Life donated. God is accessed so fast now through your consciousness, and so wherever I am, God is. Deepest love to you, Master David. Gina, the one and only. You are awesome. Never stop being you. Thank you, Gina. ICBMs, ballistic, yes, intercontinental, no, but apparently they would have gone that far and they can't be shot down. Bodhi Gaia says the best way to watch a fly fishing tournament will always be on a live stream. Sybil Haynes, I'm eating granola, so good, but it's got oats, wheat, and sugar. Yeah, I mean, granola really doesn't agree with me at all. Anyway, we're at the 4-hour and 30-minute mark now. We're coming right up on that. So I'm going to take my leave of you guys. Thank you so much, Aaron F., for the donation. First super chat. Lots of really cool things going on. Somebody says David Wilcock is way better than David Icke. I wouldn't want to compare the two. I like a lot of what David Icke says. I just think he's wrong about this stuff right now. Lynn LR, you truly are Edgar Casey. Thank you for continuing the work. Thank you guys for being here. We're at that mark now. We're at that time. I will be back here next week, unless crazy stuff happens before then. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. And we will see you on the next show, hopefully with more time loops. I kind of got through all the ones I've identified up until now. So I'm going to be doing some new unsealings this week. Tarotina, have a wonderful week. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I truly love and appreciate you. I'm very, very glad that you decided to spend your Sunday with me. I know your time is precious. I respect you and I appreciate you. And we will see you, barring any other crazy stuff happening, blackouts, 10 days of darkness. We will see you next week, and my tooth will no longer be detached. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.